Tonight, we're going to explore one of the most important moments in all of Westerosi history, a war that changed everything, that ended a dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries and set in motion events that echo all the way to the present day. We're going to talk about Robert's rebellion, the fall of House Targaryen, and the bloody birth of a new order. It's a story of love and madness, of honour tested and oaths broken, of dragons falling and stags rising. Along the way, we'll meet princes and lords, kings going mad and knights making impossible choices, and we'll explore how one decision, one moment, one crown of winter roses can unravel an entire world. So settle in comfortably, let yourself relax, and together we'll walk through the dying days of the Dragon Kings and the storm that swept them away. Their story is worth taking slowly, worth sitting with, a tale of how even the mightiest houses can fall when fire consumes reason and love tangles with duty. There's something about Westeros in the years before Robert's rebellion that feels like late summer, that golden time when the warmth still holds but you can sense, somewhere deep in your bones, that change is coming. The realm had known relative peace for more than a decade and a half. The 7 kingdoms were united under the Iron Throne, as they had been since Aegon the Conqueror came with his dragons nearly 300 years earlier. The Targaryen dynasty seemed as permanent as the seasons, as inevitable as winter. And yet, if you looked closely, if you paid attention to the small signs that historians notice only in hindsight, you could see the cracks forming, the foundation beginning to shift. King Aerys II sat the Iron Throne in those years, and he was not yet the mad king that history would remember, though he was well on his way to becoming that man. In his youth, Aerys had been considered promising, even brilliant in some ways. He was handsome in the distinctive Targaryen manner, with the silver gold hair and purple eyes that marked his bloodline. He was charming when he chose to be, quick-witted, ambitious. When he took the throne, there were those who hoped he might prove to be one of the great Targaryen kings, perhaps another Jaehaerys the Conciliator, or even another Aegon the Conqueror. Those hopes, like so many hopes in the history of Westeros, would not survive the reality of what came after. But in those early years, before everything fell apart, the realm functioned more or less as it had for generations. The great lords ruled their regions, collected their taxes, dispensed their justice, and sent their ravens to King's Landing when matters required the king's attention. The small folk worked their fields and tended their animals, and worried about local concerns, about harvests and marriages, and the everyday struggles of life. For most people in Westeros, the identity of the man sitting the Iron Throne mattered less than the weather and the price of grain. The great houses in those days were much as they would be during the rebellion itself, though the men who led them were often different. In the north, House Stark ruled from Winterfell, as they had for thousands of years, stretching back to the Age of Heroes and the building of the Wall. Lord Rickard Stark was the Warden of the North then, a serious man, thoughtful and careful, trying to navigate the complex politics of the 7 kingdoms, while maintaining the North's traditional independence of spirit. The North had always been different from the southern kingdoms, had always kept the old ways, worshipped the old gods in their godswoods rather than the 7 in their septs, and maintained a certain distance from the intrigues of the southern courts. Rickard Stark had children, as great lords do, and among them were his sons Brandon and Eddard, and his daughter Lyanna. Brandon was the eldest, the heir to Winterfell, and by all accounts he was everything a firstborn son should be. He was bold and handsome, skilled with weapons, confident in the way that comes naturally to young men who have always known they would inherit power and position. He was betrothed to Catelyn Tully, daughter of Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun, a match that would strengthen the ties between the North and the Riverlands, as such marriages are meant to do. Eddard, the second son, was quieter than his brother, more serious, more inclined to think before acting. He'd been sent south to the Vale to foster with Jon Arryn at the Eyrie, as noble sons often were, to learn the ways of other regions and to build bonds of friendship that might serve the realm in years to come. At the Eyrie, Ned Stark had become close friends with another ward of Jon Arryn, a young man named Robert Baratheon from Storm's End, a friendship that would shape the future of Westeros in ways neither boy could have imagined. And then there was Lyanna, the wolf girl, wild and beautiful and not at all interested in being the quiet, obedient lady that southern customs expected. She could ride like the wind, they said, and she had some skill with weapons, unusual for a girl of her station. She loved her brothers fiercely, loved the north and its cold forests, and she was betrothed, as Brandon was, in a match designed to serve her house's interests. Her betrothal was to Robert Baratheon, that same young lord who was Ned's close friend, a match that should have strengthened ties between Stark and Baratheon, between North and Stormlands. Robert Baratheon in those days was not yet the king he would become, nor the broken, drink-sodden man he would eventually turn into. He was young and powerful, a warrior of exceptional skill, tall and strong and handsome in a rough, masculine way. He loved to fight and feast and hunt, loved wine and women and songs, loved life with the kind of intensity that brooks no moderation. And he loved Lyanna Stark, or believed he did, with a fierce romantic passion that probably had as much to do with the idea of her as with the reality of who she was. South and east of the north, the Riverlands were ruled by House Tully from their castle at Riverrun, where the Red Fork and the Tumblestone joined. Lord Hoster Tully was ambitious and pragmatic, a man who understood that the Riverlands, sitting as they did in the centre of Westeros with no natural barriers like mountains or deserts to protect them, needed strong alliances to survive. He had daughters, Catelyn and Lisa, and he would use their marriages to build those alliances, as lords had done for centuries before him and would do for centuries after. The Vale of Arryn, protected by the Mountains of the Moon, was ruled by Jon Arryn from the Eyrie, that castle built into the mountain itself, so high that men said the gods could hear you if you prayed there. Jon Arryn was older than most of the great lords, a man of wisdom and patience, known for his fairness and his careful judgment. He'd fostered Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, had helped raise them, had taught them about honour and duty and the responsibilities of power. In some ways, he was the father both young men wished they'd had, the steady hand that guided without dominating. In the Stormlands, Storm's End had been held by House Baratheon since the conquest, and before that by the Storm Kings who had ruled independently for thousands of years. Lord Steffon Baratheon, Robert's father, had been a friend to King Aerys in better days, but Steffon had died in a shipwreck within sight of Storm's End, a tragedy that left his sons Robert, Stannis and Renly without their father's guidance. Robert, as the eldest, inherited Storm's End and the position of Lord Paramount of the Stormlands while he was still fostering the Vale, a young man suddenly thrust into responsibilities he hadn't quite been prepared for. The Westerlands, rich in gold and silver, were ruled by House Lannister from Casterly Rock. that massive fortress carved into the rock of the mountain itself, and leading House Lannister was Tywin, perhaps the most capable and ruthless man in all of Westeros, a lord who had served as Hand of the King to Aerys for 20 years. Tywin had transformed House Lannister from a wealthy but somewhat weak house into the most powerful force in the realm outside the Targaryens themselves. He'd put down rebellions, managed the kingdom's finances, ruled in all but name while Aerys grew increasingly erratic. But the relationship between Aerys and Tywin had soured over the years, poisoned by the king's jealousy and paranoia, by small insults that accumulated into major grievances, by the fundamental incompatibility between Tywin's cold competence and Aerys's growing madness. Eventually, Tywin would resign as Hand and return to Casterly Rock, a departure that left the realm without its most capable administrator, and left Aerys without the one man who might have restrained his worst impulses. In the south, the Reach was ruled by House Tyrell from Highgarden, the most fertile and populous region of the Seven Kingdoms. The Tyrells had been stewards to House Gardener before the conquest, elevated to lordship after the Field of Fire when Aegon's dragons burned the Gardener kings. They were rich and powerful, capable of raising the largest armies in Westeros. But they were also careful, cautious, inclined to wait and see which way the winds were blowing before committing themselves fully to any course of action. And then there was Dorne, different from the other kingdoms in so many ways, still holding to its title of principality rather than kingdom, its ruler called Prince rather than Lord Paramount. House Martell ruled from Sunspear, and in those years before the rebellion, the family was led by Prince Doran Martell, a thoughtful, patient man who played the Game of Thrones with a long view that sometimes looked like inaction. His sister Elia had married Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the Crown Prince, a match that should have bound Dorne closely to the Iron Throne, that should have given the Martells enormous influence at court. But that marriage, like so many things in this story, would not work out as expected. Elia was delicate, her health fragile, and while she gave Rhaegar 2 children, a daughter Rhaenys and a son Aegon, the births were difficult and the Maesters warned that another pregnancy might kill her. This would come to matter enormously, because Rhaegar was obsessed with prophecy, with dreams and visions, with the idea that the prince that was promised would come from his line. And if Elia could bear no more children, if the prophecy required 3, well, that was a problem that Rhaegar would solve in the worst possible way. King's Landing itself in those years was much as it had always been, a city of 500,000 souls crowded onto 3 hills at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush. The Red Keep loomed over the city, that massive fortress of dark red stone built by the Targaryens after the conquest. Within the Red Keep was the throne room, with the Iron Throne itself, that great ugly seat forged from the swords of Aegon's defeated enemies, melted together with dragon fire. The throne was deliberately uncomfortable, sharp and jagged, full of points and edges that would cut you if you sat wrong or moved carelessly. Aegon had wanted his descendants to remember that ruling was hard, that power came with pain. And sitting that painful throne was Aerys, growing more paranoid and more unstable with each passing year. He had always been somewhat erratic, given to sudden enthusiasms and equally sudden rages, but his madness was kept mostly in check during his early reign, channeled and controlled by Tywin Lannister and by the routines and structures of governance. But madness is not something that stays controlled forever, not when it's fed by power and isolation, by fear and suspicion, by the particular burdens of being a Targaryen king. The Targaryens had ruled for 300 years, but theirs was a rule built on conquest, maintained by dragons, and when the dragons died out during the reign of Aegon III, the dynasty lost its ultimate weapon, the tool that had allowed Aegon the Conqueror to forge 7 kingdoms into one. Without dragons, the Targaryens were just another noble house, distinguished by their blood and their customs, by their practice of marrying brother to sister to keep the bloodline pure, but fundamentally vulnerable to the same forces that toppled other dynasties. And there was something else about the Targaryens, something that had always been true, whispered about in histories and observed by maesters. When a Targaryen was born, they said, the gods flipped a coin. Greatness or madness, those were the outcomes, and you never quite knew which you'd get until it was too late. Some Targaryen kings had been brilliant, wise, just, capable rulers who brought prosperity and peace. Others had been cruel, erratic, dangerous, consumed by their own power and by the peculiar madness that seemed to run in the bloodline like silver in a vein of rock. Aerys's coin was still spinning in those years before the rebellion, still uncertain, tilting between the two possibilities. But if you watched carefully, if you paid attention to the small signs, you could see which way it was going to land. The king was growing more suspicious, more paranoid about plots and poisoners, more convinced that everyone around him was an enemy waiting for the right moment to strike. He was isolating himself, pushing away the few people who might have helped him maintain his grip on reality. And he was developing obsessions, particularly an obsession with wildfire, that green substance the pyromancers of the Guild of Alchemists could make, that liquid fire that burned with unnatural heat and could not be extinguished by water. Fire had always been important to the Targaryens. Their words were fire and blood, and their symbol was the 3-headed dragon, and they had conquered Westeros with dragon fire, that living flame that no armour could turn, that no castle could withstand. But Aerys's interest in wildfire was different, darker, more obsessive. He would spend hours watching the pyromancers demonstrate their craft, watching the green flames dance and spread. He began to see fire as the solution to his problems, as the way to burn away his enemies, real and imagined, to cleanse the realm of everyone who opposed him, or plotted against him, or simply existed in ways that made him uncomfortable. The court in those years must have been a strange and tense place, full of people trying to navigate the king's moods, trying to avoid triggering his rages, trying to survive in an environment where favour could turn to suspicion in a moment, where a misplaced word or an unlucky coincidence could mean imprisonment or death. The King's Guard, that order of 7 knights sworn to protect the king and the royal family, stood their posts and kept their oaths, but some of them must have wondered what exactly they were protecting, what their vows meant when the king they served was descending into madness. Prince Rhaegar, the crown prince, was a contrast to his father in almost every way. Where Aerys was erratic and suspicious, Rhaegar was thoughtful and melancholy. Where Aerys was increasingly obsessed with fire and destruction, Rhaegar was interested in books and music, in prophecies and histories, in understanding the deeper patterns of the world. He was handsome in the Targaryen way, and he was skilled with weapons despite his scholarly inclinations, a warrior who would rather read but who could fight when necessary. But Rhaegar had his own obsessions, and they were in their own way just as dangerous as his father's madness. He believed in prophecy, believed that he had a role to play in some grand design, that the prince that was promised would come from his bloodline and would save the world from some approaching darkness. The details of what he believed and why he believed it are somewhat unclear, lost in the chaos of what came after. But it's clear that his belief shaped his decisions, drove him to actions that made sense within the framework of his prophetic understanding, but that looked like madness or cruelty or selfishness to everyone else. In those years before the rebellion, Rhaegar was married to Elia Martell, had 2 children with her, and seemed to be settling into the role of crown prince and future king. He was well regarded by many, seen as a potential remedy to his father's increasing instability, a hope for better days when he eventually took the throne. There were those who loved him, who believed in him, who thought he might be the king the realm needed, and there were others who were wary, who saw in his prophetic obsessions and his melancholy distance signs of the same instability that plagued his father, just manifesting differently. The coin was still in the air for Rhaegar too, still uncertain, greatness or madness, and the realm would only find out which when it was far too late to change the outcome. This was the world before the storm, the realm in those late summer days when everything still seemed stable, when the patterns of 300 years still held, when the Targaryens still sat the Iron Throne, and the great houses still bent the knee, and the structures that Aegon the Conqueror had built still seemed permanent and eternal. It was a world that was about to shatter, to break apart in ways that no one quite expected, that would reshape Westeros and send ripples forward through the generations. But for now, in these moments we're contemplating, the sun still shines on King's Landing, the great lords still rule their regions in relative peace, and the future still seems like it will resemble the past. Young people make their plans and their betrothals, old lords manage their domains and prepare to pass them to their heirs, and the rhythms of feudal life continue as they have for centuries. It's the calm before the storm, the last moments of the old order, and there's something both beautiful and sad about it, about seeing this world that doesn't know what's coming, that can't imagine how quickly everything will change. The rebellion itself is still ahead, still waiting to be born from decisions not yet made, from loves not yet kindled and betrayals not yet committed. But the pieces are moving into place, the people are where they need to be, and the wheel of history is beginning to turn, slowly at first, then faster, then unstoppably, carrying everyone along toward a future that none of them would have chosen if they'd known the cost. Understanding how Aerys Targaryen became the Mad King requires understanding that madness doesn't usually announce itself all at once. It creeps in slowly, like water seeping through cracks in a foundation, weakening the structure bit by bit until one day the whole thing collapses. In Aerys's case, there were signs from the beginning, tendencies and traits that might have been harmless in a different man, in a different position, but that became dangerous, then deadly, when combined with absolute power and the particular burdens of the Targaryen bloodline. In his youth, Aerys had been considered charming, even brilliant. He had ideas, grand visions for the realm, plans for improvements and reforms. He wanted to build a new canal to connect the Trident to the Blackwater Rush, to make trade easier and bind the kingdoms more closely together. He dreamed of conquering the Stepstones, those islands between Westeros and Essos that were infested with pirates, to secure the sea lanes and increase the realm's power. These were ambitious plans, perhaps overly ambitious, but they came from a place of genuine desire, to improve the kingdom he would one day rule. The problem was that Aerys lacked the patience and discipline to see grand plans through to completion. He would become enthusiastic about an idea, throw resources at it, gather supporters and make proclamations, and then his interest would wane when the hard work of actual implementation began. He'd move on to the next exciting project, leaving the previous one half-finished and abandoned, wasting the time and money that had been invested. This pattern repeated throughout his early reign, and it frustrated Tywin Lannister enormously, because Tywin was the one who had to clean up the messes, to quietly cancel the impractical projects and redirect resources to things that might actually work. But impatience and mercurial enthusiasms aren't madness, not really. Plenty of kings have been impulsive or easily bored without descending into paranoia and violence. What made Aerys different, what made him dangerous, was the combination of these traits with a growing sense of persecution, a belief that people were plotting against him, that his enemies were everywhere, that the only safety lay in complete control enforced through fear. The friendship between Aerys and Tywin Lannister had been genuine once, back before Aerys took the throne, when they were both young men finding their way in the world. They'd been close, had trusted each other, had genuinely enjoyed each other's company. Tywin had served as Hand of the King for 20 years, managing the realm with ruthless efficiency, making the hard decisions that Aerys either couldn't or wouldn't make. Under Tywin's administration, the Seven Kingdoms prospered. The crown's debts were paid down. The small folk were relatively content. Rebellions were crushed swiftly and thoroughly, and the machinery of government functioned smoothly. But Aerys grew to resent Tywin's competence, to hate being overshadowed by his own hand. People in the realm began to whisper that Tywin was the real ruler, that Aerys was merely a figurehead, that the king did nothing while Tywin Lannister actually governed. And these whispers, whether true or not, whether fair or not, ate at Aerys like acid. He was the king, he had the blood of the dragon, he sat the Iron Throne, and yet people spoke of his hand with more respect than they showed him. It was intolerable. The relationship deteriorated through a series of small humiliations and growing resentments. Aerys began to reject Tywin's counsel, to override his decisions, to appoint people to positions specifically because Tywin had advised against it. He would make cruel jokes at Tywin's expense in front of the court, mocking him, trying to diminish him, trying to prove that the Hand was merely a servant who could be dismissed at will. And when Tywin proposed a marriage between his daughter Cersei and Prince Rhaegar, a match that would have bound House Lannister to the royal family in the most intimate way possible, Aerys rejected it with contempt, saying that he would not marry his son to the daughter of a servant no matter how high-born. The insult was deliberate and cutting, designed to wound, and it worked. But it also drove Tywin further away, made him less willing to moderate Aerys's worst impulses, less invested in maintaining the king's dignity and power. The breaking point came when Aerys appointed Jaime Lannister, Tywin's eldest son and heir, to the Kingsguard. On the surface, this was a great honour. The Kingsguard was an elite order, serving for life, sworn to celibacy, and forbidden to hold lands or father children. Being chosen for the Kingsguard meant you were considered one of the finest knights in the realm. But Aerys's motives in appointing Jaime were not pure. He did it specifically to wound Tywin, to take his heir and make it impossible for Jaime to inherit Casterly Rock, to force Tywin to name his younger son Tyrion, the dwarf, as his heir. It was a cruel joke, a petty revenge for imagined slights, and it accomplished its goal. Tywin resigned as Hand the very day of Jaime's appointment, returned to Casterly Rock, and left Aerys without the one man who had been holding the realm together despite the king's growing instability. This departure, this rupture between king and Hand, removed one of the last restraints on Aerys's descent into full madness. Without Tywin there to manage things, to quietly fix problems, to present the realm with a competent face of governance, Aerys's flaws and instabilities became more apparent, more dangerous, more consequential. The king appointed a series of increasingly unsuitable hands to replace Tywin, men who are either too weak to stand up to him or too incompetent to govern effectively, and the quality of governance declined accordingly. But the real catalyst for Aerys's transformation from merely erratic to genuinely mad came with an event called the Defiance of Duskendale, a rebellion that seems almost minor in the sweep of history, but that had enormous consequences because of what it did to the king's mind. Duskendale was a town in the Crownlands, not far from King's Landing, ruled by House Darklyn. Lord Dennis Darklyn had some grievances against the crown, some mixture of financial disputes and status concerns, and his wife, a woman from Mia named Sarala, encouraged him to assert his independence, to extract concessions from the king by force if necessary. When Aerys travelled to Duskendale to address Lord Darklyn's concerns, he brought only a small guard, expecting to resolve the matter through negotiation and royal authority. But instead of submitting, Lord Darklyn took the king prisoner, held him captive in the Dun Fort, and demanded significant concessions in exchange for his release. It was an astonishing act of defiance, a violation of every norm and custom that governed the relationship between kings and lords, and it left the realm in crisis. Aerys was held prisoner for half a year, 6 months during which he was confined in a cell, uncertain of his fate, surrounded by enemies, cut off from his court and his power. The experience broke something fundamental in him. Whatever balance had existed in his mind, whatever restraints had kept his paranoia and his cruelty in check, they shattered during those months in the Dun Fort. He was eventually rescued by Sir Barristan Selmy, who infiltrated the castle and freed the king in a daring rescue that would become legendary. But the Aerys who returned to King's Landing was not the same man who had ridden to Duskendale. After Duskendale, Aerys's paranoia intensified dramatically. He became convinced that everyone was plotting against him, that treachery lurked in every shadow, that the only people he could trust were those who feared him absolutely. He began to see plots everywhere, interpreting innocent actions as evidence of conspiracy, reading betrayal into ordinary disagreements. His Kingsguard, men sworn to die for him, became his jailers in a sense, because Aerys no longer felt safe without them constantly present. He would not allow anyone to carry weapons in his presence, not even his own guards, except for the Kingsguard themselves. His appearance began to deteriorate as well, becoming a physical manifestation of his mental decay. Aerys had always been particular about his appearance in his youth, maintaining the Targaryen look with care, presenting himself as a king should look. But after Duskendale he stopped allowing anyone to cut his hair or trim his nails, believing that blades were tools of assassination, that anyone who came close to him with a knife or scissors might use the opportunity to kill him. His hair grew wild and matted, his nails became long and yellow and cracked, and he began to cut himself on the Iron Throne more and more frequently. earning the whispered nickname King Scab among those brave or foolish enough to mock him. The cuts from the throne were significant in their symbolism. There was an old saying that the Iron Throne rejected unworthy kings, that it would cut those who had no right to sit it. Whether there was any truth to this, whether the throne possessed some magical awareness, or whether it was simply that nervous, careless rulers moved wrong and caught themselves on the edges, is impossible to say. But Aerys cut himself frequently, and his wounds would fester and become infected because he wouldn't let maesters treat them properly, wouldn't let anyone touch him with instruments that might be used as weapons. His relationship with Queen Rhaegar deteriorated as well, became something dark and twisted and painful. Aerys had never been a particularly good husband, but after Duskendale his treatment of his wife became actively cruel. He was convinced that she'd betrayed him with his brother, that Rhaegar wasn't truly his son, that plots against him began in his own bedchamber. The Queen's bedchamber was guarded by his most trusted Kingsguard, men who stood outside and listened to what happened within, ready to confirm that the king was the only man who entered, that no betrayal was possible. It was a humiliation for Rhaegar, a violation of her dignity and privacy, and it was symptomatic of how thoroughly Aerys's paranoia had consumed every aspect of his life. The obsession with wildfire developed during these years as well, growing from a fascination into something much darker and more dangerous. Wildfire was a substance created by the pyromancers of the Alchemists' Guild, a group of men who studied the old law and claimed to work magic through their craft. The substance they created was a liquid that burned bright green, that could not be extinguished with water, that burned hot enough to melt steel and stone. It was dangerous to make, unstable, prone to igniting unpredictably, and the pyromancers lost apprentices regularly to accidents and explosions. Aerys became entranced by wildfire, by its power and its destructiveness, by the way it could consume anything it touched. He would spend hours watching the pyromancers demonstrate their art, watching the green flames dance and spread, and he began to see it as the answer to his problems. Fire cleanses, he would say. Fire purifies. Fire reveals the truth, because the righteous will survive its touch while the guilty will burn. He began to use wildfire in executions, having prisoners burned alive rather than hanged or beheaded, watching them scream and writhe in the green flames, claiming he could see their guilt in how they burned. There are accounts, horrifying accounts, of executions where Aerys would become aroused by the sight of people burning, where the screams and the smell of burning flesh would excite him in ways that were deeply disturbing to everyone who witnessed them. His relationship with fire became sexual in some twisted way, became bound up with his sense of power and control, with his Targaryen identity as a creature of fire and blood. After executions, he would go to Queen Rhaegar's chambers and force himself on her, and she would emerge with bruises and burns, evidence of the king's madness made visible on her flesh. The pyromancers, for their part, were happy to encourage the king's obsession because it elevated their status and increased their funding. They began to produce wildfire in larger and larger quantities, storing it in caches throughout King's Landing, beneath the Sept of Baelor, beneath the Great Sept of Baelor, beneath the Dragon Pit, in the cellars of the Red Keep itself. They claimed they were producing it for military use, for defense against the realm's enemies, but the sheer quantity they created went far beyond any reasonable military need. They were making enough wildfire to burn King's Landing entire, to destroy the city and everyone in it, though whether Aerys had a specific plan for this, or whether it was simply the manifestation of his obsessions, is unclear. Prince Rhaegar watched his father's descent with growing concern and helplessness. He was the crown prince, the heir to the throne, and he could see clearly that his father was no longer fit to rule, that the madness had progressed beyond any point where it might be reversed or managed. There were whispers, quiet conversations among lords who trusted each other about what might be done. Some suggested that Rhaegar should take power, either by having his father declared unfit or through some kind of regency arrangement. Others wondered if the Kingsguard might intervene, might remove a king who had become a danger to himself and the realm. But these were dangerous thoughts, treasonous thoughts, and nothing came of them. The bonds of loyalty and oath were strong, the traditions of kingship were clear, and there was no mechanism in Westerosi law for removing a king simply because he'd gone mad. Kings ruled until they died, and that was that. The Kingsguard had sworn to protect the king, not to judge him or remove him, and while individual knights might have felt conflicted about their duty, none of them were willing to break their vows to become kingslayers, to set that precedent. So Aerys continued to rule, continued to descend further into paranoia and cruelty, and the realm suffered under his madness while the great lords tried to navigate the dangerous waters of his court, tried to avoid triggering his rages, tried to survive until the situation somehow resolved itself. Some lords simply stayed away from King's Landing, managed their own domains and ignored the king as much as possible, hoping that if they didn't attract his attention they might escape his paranoia. But madness doesn't stay contained, doesn't remain a private matter when it sits on the Iron Throne. Aerys's decisions, his suspicions, his cruelties, they rippled out across the realm, creating tensions and resentments, damaging the bonds of loyalty that held the Seven Kingdoms together. He would demand things from his lords that made no sense, would interpret their hesitation as evidence of treason, would punish failures real and imagined with excessive harshness. The realm was becoming increasingly unstable. The great houses increasingly uncertain about their relationship with the crown, and the whole structure of Targaryen rule was becoming more fragile with each passing year. The Hand of the King position, that crucial role that Tywin had filled so effectively, became a revolving door of mediocrities and sycophants. Some hands tried to actually govern and found themselves overruled or dismissed when they counselled caution or disagreed with the king. Others simply told Aerys what he wanted to hear and collected their salary while the realm's problems accumulated. None of them had the combination of competence and courage that effective governance required, and none of them could check the king's worst impulses the way Tywin had managed to do for so many years. The small council, that group of advisors who helped govern the realm under the king's authority, became a place of fear and uncertainty. Members would speak carefully, would avoid giving offence, would try to discern the king's mood before offering opinions. The old traditions of frank counsel, of speaking truth to power even when the truth was unwelcome, those traditions eroded under Aerys's paranoid rule. It became safer to be silent than to be honest, and that silence allowed problems to grow unchecked, allowed small issues to become crises because no one was willing to tell the king what he needed to hear. Varys, the master of whisperers, was one of the few people who seemed to thrive under Aerys's madness, or at least to survive it intact. Varys had been brought from Essos to serve as the crown spy master, and he had an uncanny ability to tell the king exactly what he wanted to hear, while gathering information and influence for his own purposes. He would bring Aerys reports of plots and conspiracies, feeding the king's paranoia, confirming his suspicions, keeping him afraid and dependent on Varys' intelligence network. Whether these plots were real, or whether Varys was simply inventing them to maintain his position and power, is a question that historians still debate. The Kingsguard during these years faced an impossible situation. They were sworn to protect the king and the royal family, to obey the king's commands, to give their lives in his service if necessary. But what were they protecting? What did their oaths mean when the king was mad, when his commands were cruel and irrational, when protecting him meant enabling his cruelty? Different knights answered these questions differently. Some maintained that their duty was simple, that they served regardless of the king's character or actions, that their oaths transcended judgment. Others struggled with the conflict between their sworn duty and their conscience, between what they'd promised to do and what they felt was right. Sir Barristan Selmy, who had rescued Aerys from Duskendale, and who was considered one of the finest knights in the realm, served faithfully despite his clear discomfort with the king's actions. He would later say that he'd kept his vows, but that keeping them had cost him something essential, had required him to become complicit in cruelties he could not prevent. Sir Jaime Lannister, the youngest member of the Kingsguard, had joined the Order as a teenager, and was witnessing the worst of Aerys' madness from the beginning of his service. The experience would mark him profoundly, would shape his views on honour and oaths and the gap between what knights were supposed to be and what they actually were. The realm's stability depended on the fiction that the king was capable, that his decisions were to be obeyed, that the crown's authority was legitimate and just. But Aerys' madness was making that fiction increasingly difficult to maintain. Lords who visited King's Landing would return to their domains troubled, sharing stories in quiet voices about what they'd seen, about the king's appearance and behaviour, about the atmosphere of fear that pervaded the Red Keep. The gap between what the realm needed, a strong and just king, and what it had, a paranoid madman obsessed with fire, was growing too large to ignore. And yet the structures held. The traditions of loyalty, the weight of 300 years of Targaryen rule, the power of oaths and custom, all of this kept the realm together despite everything. The great houses continued to send their taxes and their sworn sword when called upon. The small folk continued to work their fields and accept that this was simply how the world was, that kings might be mad, but that was the gods' business, not theirs. The realm endured, as realms do, absorbing the damage, adapting to the dysfunction, finding ways to survive despite the corruption at its heart. But there's only so much damage a system can absorb before it breaks, only so many insults and cruelties and violations of custom that can be tolerated before someone pushes back, before the bonds of loyalty snap and rebellion becomes not just possible but necessary. Aerys' madness was creating the conditions for his own destruction, was alienating the very people whose support kept him in power, was making enemies out of subjects who might have remained loyal if he'd given them any reason to do so. The fire that burned inside Aerys, that obsession that consumed his mind and twisted his judgment, that fire was going to spread beyond the pyromancer's workshops and the execution yards. It was going to touch people who mattered, people with armies and allies, people who wouldn't simply accept their destruction without fighting back. The Mad King's fire was going to kindle a very different kind of fire, the fire of rebellion, and once that blaze started, once those flames caught and spread, All the wildfire in all the cellars of King's Landing wouldn't be enough to stop it. For now, in these moments before everything changes, Aerys sits his throne and makes his plans and sees conspiracies in every shadow. The pyromancers make their wildfire and store it in their secret caches. The Kingsguard stand their posts and keep their vows despite the cost, and the realm holds together through momentum and tradition, through the simple fact that change is hard and rebellion is harder, through the hope that perhaps tomorrow will be better, that perhaps the madness will pass, that perhaps something will happen to resolve the crisis without requiring good people to make impossible choices. It's a fragile peace, a temporary stability, but it's enough for now, enough until it isn't anymore. The story of how a kingdom falls often begins not with armies or conspiracies, but with something smaller, more human, more impossible to predict or prevent. Sometimes it begins with love, or with what looks like love, or with what some people call love, while others call it madness or obsession, or prophecy-driven necessity. In the case of Robert's rebellion, in the case of the fall of House Targaryen, the beginning can be traced to a moment at a tourney, to a crown of winter roses, to a prince and a young woman whose meeting would reshape the history of Westeros in ways that neither of them could have imagined. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was not like his father, or rather, he was like his father in ways that were less obvious, more subtle, but perhaps equally dangerous. Where Aerys was consumed by paranoid fire, by visions of betrayal, and the need to burn his enemies, Rhaegar was consumed by prophecy, by dreams and visions of a different sort, by the conviction that he had a role to play in some grand design that transcended ordinary concerns of love and duty and political stability. Both men, in their different ways, were prisoners of their own minds, trapped by obsessions that made sense only to them, and that would ultimately destroy them and everyone around them. Rhaegar had been a bookish child, unusual for a prince who would need to be a warrior. He'd spent his early years reading, studying, learning everything he could about history and prophecy and the old songs. He'd taught himself to play the harp and was apparently quite skilled at it. Could make grown men weep with his playing, they said, could evoke emotions with music in ways that words never could. But at some point something changed. He read something, learned something, had some realization that transformed him from a scholar into a warrior, from a boy who preferred books to swords into a prince who trained obsessively with weapons until he became genuinely formidable. What exactly he read, what prophecy or text or vision changed him, the histories don't tell us clearly, but it had something to do with the prince that was promised, with an old prophecy that spoke of a hero who would come from the Targaryen line, who would save the world from some terrible darkness, who would be born again amidst smoke and salt and wake dragons from stone. The details were vague, as prophecies always are, open to interpretation, but Rhaegar became convinced that this prophecy was about him, or about his children, that he had a destiny to fulfill, that certain things needed to happen in certain ways to bring about the prophesied salvation. He was married to Aelia Martell, Princess of Dorne, a marriage that had been arranged to bind Dorne more closely to the Iron Throne, to strengthen the Targaryen position by alliance with one of the great houses. Aelia was delicate, graceful, kind by all accounts, a good wife and a devoted mother to the 2 children she bore Rhaegar. First came Rhaenys, a daughter with Targaryen colouring and her mother's Dornish beauty. Then came Aegon, a son, an heir, a child who carried both Targaryen and Martell blood. These should have been joyful additions to the family, children to secure the succession and continue the dynasty. But the births were difficult for Elia. Her health had never been robust, and pregnancy taxed her severely. After Aegon's birth, the masters were clear in their assessment and their warning. Another pregnancy would likely kill her. She could bear no more children, could not risk another birth without risking her life. For most men, this would have been sad but acceptable. 2 children, a daughter and a son, that was more than many couples managed. And Elia could live and raise her children and be a companion to her husband, without the constant danger of pregnancy. But Rhaegar was not most men, and his concerns were not ordinary concerns. He was obsessed with a prophecy, and he believed, for reasons that were perhaps clear to him but remain mysterious to historians, that the prince that was promised needed to have siblings, that there needed to be 3 children, not 2, that the dragon must have 3 heads, as he put it, referring to the 3-headed dragon that was the Targaryen sigil. If Elia could bear no more children, if the prophecy required 3, then the mathematics were simple and terrible. He would need to father a 3rd child with someone else. Whether this reasoning was genuine, whether Rhaegar truly believed that saving the world required him to have 3 children, and that this justified betraying his wife and breaking his vows, or whether the prophecy was simply an excuse for more human and more selfish desires, we cannot know. The heart is complicated, and motives are rarely pure. Perhaps he convinced himself that his actions were necessary, that the greater good required personal sacrifice, that history would vindicate him when the prophecy came true. Or perhaps he simply fell in love, or into obsession, and found in prophecy a convenient justification for following his heart regardless of the consequences. The tourney at Harrenhal was where everything changed, where whatever had been building in Rhaegar's mind and heart finally manifested in action that would have consequences beyond anything he intended or foresaw. Harrenhal, that great cursed castle in the Riverlands, the largest castle in all of Westeros, built by Harren the Black before Aegon's conquest, and melted by dragon fire on the day Aegon came. The castle still stood, or parts of it did, massive and ruined and haunted by the ghosts of everyone who had died in the burning. It was held by House Went, and Lord Walter Went announced that he would hold a tourney there, the greatest tourney in living memory, with prizes generous enough to draw knights and lords from across the realm. The tourney was held in the year 281 after Aegon's conquest, and it drew an enormous crowd. Knights came to compete in the lists to prove their skill and win glory and prizes. Lords came to watch and to politic and to arrange marriages and alliances. Small folk came because it was a spectacle, because it was something to see, because in their hard lives any celebration was welcome. And the royal family came, Aerys and Rhaegar and the Kingsguard, because such a great gathering required the presence of the king, or at least his eldest son. Aerys's attendance was apparently a surprise to some and a worry to others. The king rarely left King's Landing by that point, was increasingly paranoid about leaving the safety of the Red Keep and his loyal guards. But he came to Harrenhal, whether because he felt he had to, or because he was suspicious of the tourney itself, believing perhaps that it was cover for some plot against him. Lord Varys had apparently whispered warnings about conspiracies, had suggested that the tourney might be a gathering of lords planning rebellion, and Aerys's paranoid mind had seized on this possibility. Among the attendees were members of the great northern houses. Rickard Stark came south with some of his children, including his daughter Lyanna. Brandon Stark was there, the heir to Winterfell, Lyanna's oldest brother, the bold and confident young man who would one day rule the North. And from the Vale came Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, who were still wards of Jon Arryn, but who were old enough now to participate in such events, to compete and to represent their houses. Lyanna Stark was betrothed to Robert Baratheon by this time, a match that had been arranged between their fathers, a union meant to bind the Stormlands and the North in friendship and alliance. Robert was already in love with her, or believed he was, though they'd spent little time together, and he likely loved the idea of her more than he knew the reality of who she was. He would speak of her beauty, her spirit, the way she rode and hunted, building her up in his mind into an ideal that no real person could match. For Robert, Lyanna was the great love of his life, the one perfect thing in the world, the woman he would marry and cherish forever. But Lyanna herself was less enthusiastic about the match. She knew Robert's reputation, knew that he was not the sort of man to be faithful to one woman, that he loved wine and hunts, and the company of other women too much to ever truly settle down. She'd apparently expressed her concerns to Ned, her favourite brother, telling him that Robert would not keep to one bed, that she would be just another possession to him, that the marriage would make her miserable even if Robert was kind in his way. But betrothals among the great houses were not usually made based on the wishes of the children involved, and Lyanna's concerns, however valid, would not change the arrangement. The tourney itself was a grand affair, with competitions in jousting and melee, with knights wearing their finest armour and displaying their house's colours and competing for prizes and glory. The jousting was the main event, as it usually was, with riders charging at each other with lances, trying to unseat their opponents, demonstrating their skill and courage before the assembled crowds. The stands were filled with high-born spectators, with ladies wearing their houses' colours, with lords making wagers on which knights would prevail. But before the main event, something strange happened, something that would become part of the legend of Harrenhal and that would connect in ways that people only understood later to everything that followed. A mystery knight appeared in the lists, a relatively small rider in mismatched armour, with a shield painted with a laughing weirwood tree. This Knight of the Laughing Tree, as people called them, challenged and defeated 3 knights who had earlier mistreated one of their squires, a young man from the Crannogmen of the Neck named Howland Reed. The Mystery Knight demanded only that the defeated knights teach their squires honour, a strange request, more about justice than about glory or prizes. And then the Knight of the Laughing Tree disappeared before their identity could be discovered, despite King Aerys's demands that they be found and unmasked. The king was paranoid about the Mystery Knight, saw in them some kind of threat or insult, and he sent men searching. But the knight had vanished. There's been speculation for years about who the Knight of the Laughing Tree actually was, and many believe it was Lyanna Stark herself, that she donned armour to defend Howland Reed's honour, that her skill at riding and her courage and her sense of justice had driven her to enter the list disguised. If this is true, and we can't know for certain, but if it's true, then Rhaegar would have been aware of it, might have been the one to discover her identity, might have been intrigued by this bold northern girl who would break convention to fight for what she thought was right. The actual competition was dominated by Rhaegar himself, who proved to be an exceptional jouster, defeating opponent after opponent until he won the tournament. This was not entirely surprising. Rhaegar had trained extensively, had transformed himself from a bookish prince into a formidable warrior, and he had the advantage of excellent armour and equipment and a lifetime of training with the best masters. But still, to win such a prestigious tourney was an achievement, a demonstration of skill that earned him the respect of the assembled knights and lords. As the champion, Rhaegar had the honour of crowning the Queen of Love and Beauty, of choosing one woman from among all the ladies present to receive the crown of flowers, to be celebrated as the tournament's honoured lady. Tradition and courtesy dictated that he should crown his own wife, Elia Martell, who was present at the tourney despite her delicate health. This was what everyone expected, what protocol required, what any prince should have done without thinking. But Rhaegar did not crown Elia. Instead, he rode past the royal box where she sat, rode past his wife and his family, and stopped before Lyanna Stark. And there, in front of the assembled nobility of Westeros, in front of Lyanna's father and brothers, in front of Robert Baratheon, who was betrothed to her, in front of his own wife and the king and everyone who mattered in the realm, Rhaegar placed the crown of blue winter roses in Lyanna's lap. The gesture was shocking, unprecedented, a violation of every expectation and custom. Blue winter roses were flowers of the north, associated with Lyanna herself through some connection to a story or a memory, and their choice was deliberate, personal, meaningful in ways that transcended simple courtesy. The crown was not just an honour, it was a statement, a claim, a public declaration of something that should have remained private if it existed at all. The reaction was immediate and varied. Some people were simply stunned, unable to process what they'd just witnessed. Others were scandalized, horrified at the insult to Elia, at the impropriety of a married prince honoring another man's betrothed in such a public way. Brandon Stark was furious, seeing in the gesture an insult to his sister and to his house. Robert Baratheon was devastated, though he tried to hide it, seeing the woman he loved being honoured by another man, being singled out in a way that suggested interest or attraction or something worse. And Elia Martell, sitting in the royal box, her health already fragile, her position already complicated by her inability to bear more children, she had to sit there and smile and accept this public humiliation, this declaration that another woman had captured her husband's attention. The insult to Dawn was enormous, a wound that would fester and would ultimately contribute to the bitterness that shaped Dornish attitudes toward the Targaryens and the rebellion and everything that followed. But in that moment, whatever Rhaegar's intentions, whatever he felt or believed or was trying to accomplish, the crown of winter roses was given and received, and Lyanna Stark became the Queen of Love and Beauty at the tourney of Harrenhal. Whether she welcomed the honour or was embarrassed by it, whether she understood what it meant or was simply confused by the attention, the histories don't tell us. We know only that she accepted the crown, that she sat there with blue roses in her lap, and that everyone who witnessed the moment knew that something significant had happened, that some line had been crossed, that the world had shifted in ways that could not be undone. The months that followed the tourney are somewhat murky in the historical record, the details lost or deliberately obscured by people who had reasons to shape the narrative in particular ways. What we know is that perhaps a year after Harrenhal, Rhaegar and Lyanna disappeared together, they left their respective positions, left their duties and their families and their commitments, and they vanished into the realm, going to ground somewhere that Rhaegar had prepared, some place where they could be together away from the eyes of the court and the demands of their stations. The question that has occupied historians and bards ever since is simple to ask but impossible to answer with certainty. Did Lyanna go willingly? Was this a love story, a romance between a prince and a young woman who chose each other despite the obstacles and consequences? Or was it an abduction, a kidnapping, a powerful prince taking what he wanted from a girl who had no ability to refuse him? The answer shapes how we understand everything that followed, how we judge Rhaegar and Lyanna, how we apportion blame for the war and the deaths and the fall of the dynasty. Those who believe it was love point to several facts. Lyanna was known to be unhappy with her betrothal to Robert, had expressed concerns about his character and his likelihood of being faithful. She was bold and independent, not the sort of person to be easily coerced, more likely to fight than to submit if someone tried to force her to do something against her will. The relationship between Rhaegar and Lyanna could have begun at Harrenhal, could have been mutual attraction that grew into something deeper, into love, or at least into a connection strong enough that both of them were willing to risk everything to be together. Rhaegar, for all his flaws, was by all accounts a thoughtful man, not cruel. Not the sort to take a woman by force. He was obsessed with prophecy, yes, but his obsession was about saving the world, not about personal gratification. If he believed that he needed to father a third child to fulfill the prophecy, he might have sought Lyanna's cooperation, might have explained his visions and his beliefs, might have convinced her that what they were doing mattered, that their union served some greater purpose beyond their personal desires. And Lyanna, if she believed him, if she was swept up in the romance of it, or in the idea that she was part of something important, might have gone with him willingly. But those who believe it was abduction have their own compelling arguments. Lyanna was 15 or 16 years old, betrothed to another man, the daughter of a great house with duties and obligations that she couldn't simply abandon on a whim. Rhaegar was significantly older, married with children, the crown prince of the realm with enormous power and influence. The imbalance between them was stark, and in such situations genuine consent becomes questionable. Even if Lyanna said yes, even if she agreed to go with him, could she really have refused? Could a teenage girl have said no to the crown prince if he was determined to have her? And there's the matter of what happened afterward, of the fact that Lyanna apparently never sent word to her family, never tried to reassure them that she was safe and there by choice, never attempted to prevent the war that her disappearance would trigger. If she'd gone willingly, if this was a love story, wouldn't she have tried to explain, to reach out, to prevent her father and brothers from marching to their deaths over a misunderstanding? This silence suggests coercion, suggests that Lyanna was held against her will, unable to communicate with the outside world. A prisoner, however, gilded her cage might have been. The truth, as is so often the case, is probably more complex than either simple narrative allows. People are complicated, motives are mixed, consent can be partial, can exist in some ways and not others, can be given freely in one moment and regretted in the next. Perhaps Lyanna did go with Rhaegar initially by choice, caught up in romance or prophecy, or the thrill of defying expectations, but then found herself trapped when the reality set in, when the war started, when escape became impossible. Perhaps Rhaegar believed he was doing the right thing, that his visions justified his actions, that the prophecy was more important than ordinary morality, and in his certainty he simply took what he needed without considering Lyanna's true wishes or the consequences of his choices. What matters, in terms of the history, is not what actually happened in Lyanna's heart, or in the private moments between her and Rhaegar. What matters is how the disappearance was perceived, how it was understood by the people who had the power to act on their understanding. And to Lyanna's family, to her father Rickard Stark and her brothers Brandon and Eddard, to her betrothed Robert Baratheon, the disappearance looked like abduction, looked like the crown prince stealing a Stark daughter, committing an unforgivable violation of honour and custom that demanded a response. Brandon Stark, that bold and impetuous young man, heard the news that his sister had been taken by Rhaegar, and his response was immediate and predictable. He didn't pause to gather information, didn't consult with his father or with allies, didn't consider that there might be complexities to the situation that required careful handling. He simply reacted, driven by rage and by his love for his sister, and by his sense of honour that demanded action. He mounted his horse and rode straight to King's Landing with a small group of companions, rode directly to the Red Keep, and there before the gates of the castle where the Mad King sat his throne, Brandon Stark made a demand that would seal his fate and change the course of history. He shouted for Rhaegar to come out and die, challenged the Crown Prince to single combat, demanded satisfaction for the insult to his sister and his house. It was a bold act, perhaps a brave act in its way, but it was also incredibly foolish, a young man's rage overcoming any sense of caution or strategy. Because Brandon wasn't shouting at Rhaegar, wasn't challenging the prince to a fair fight between equals. He was shouting at the Red Keep, at the seat of royal power, in a city controlled by the king's men, demanding that the Crown Prince come out as face him. And the man who heard Brandon's challenge, the man who responded to it, was not Rhaegar, but Aerys, the Mad King himself, the paranoid, fire-obsessed tyrant who saw treason in every shadow and who had been waiting for an excuse, any excuse, to burn his enemies. Brandon Stark had just given him that excuse, had walked right up to the king's door and shouted threats against the royal family, and Aerys was not about to let such an opportunity pass. Brandon and his companions, the young men who had ridden with him in his rage, they were arrested immediately, taken prisoner, thrown into the dungeons of the Red Keep, held as traitors who had threatened the Crown Prince, who had disturbed the king's peace, who had committed acts that could easily be construed as treason. The companions included Elbert Arryn, nephew to Jon Arryn, Kyle Royce, Geoffrey Mallister, and Ethan Glover, all young men from good families, all there because they'd stood by their friend, all now prisoners of a mad king who was looking for reasons to burn people. Word of Brandon's arrest reached the north, reached Riverrun where his betrothed Catelyn Tully waited, reached Storm's End where Robert Baratheon heard that his friend's brother had been taken prisoner. But most importantly, word reached Winterfell, reached Lord Rickard Stark, who now faced an impossible situation. His son was a prisoner of the king, accused of treason, and Rickard had to decide how to respond. He could abandon Brandon, could declare him a fool who had brought his fate on himself, could try to distance House Stark from his son's actions, and hope that the king's wrath would be satisfied with punishing Brandon alone. But Rickard Stark was not the sort of man to abandon his son, regardless of how foolish Brandon had been. He was a father before he was a lord, and his son needed him, was in danger, was facing the king's justice such as it was. So Rickard did what any father would do, what honour and love demanded. He rode south to King's Landing to answer for his son, to speak in Brandon's defence, to try to resolve the situation through whatever means were available. Perhaps he believed he could negotiate, could pay a fine or offer hostages, or find some way to satisfy the king's anger without anyone dying. What Rickard Stark didn't understand, couldn't have understood, was that Aerys was no longer capable of reasonable negotiation, that the Mad King's mind was too broken, too consumed by paranoia and by his obsession with fire, to respond to ordinary diplomatic approaches. Rickard was walking into a trap, riding south to save his son, but actually riding to his own death. And there was probably nothing he could have said or done or offered that would have changed what was about to happen. The machinery of madness was already in motion, and the fire was already being prepared, and the fall of House Targaryen was about to begin in earnest, with the screams of a father and son dying in ways that would haunt the realm for generations. When Rickard Stark arrived in King's Landing, he came not as a rebel or a traitor, but as a father seeking justice for his son, as a great lord of the realm expecting to be treated according to the laws and customs that had governed relationships between the crown and the noble houses for 300 years. He came believing that whatever Brandon had done, however rash his actions had been, there would be some process, some form of trial or negotiation, some way to resolve the situation that didn't involve the complete destruction of his family. He was wrong about all of this, catastrophically wrong, but his error was reasonable. He was dealing with a king, and kings were supposed to operate within certain understood boundaries, certain traditions of justice and due process that protected even the accused from arbitrary cruelty. But Aerys Targaryen was no longer operating within those boundaries, no longer constrained by tradition or custom, or any sense of proportion. The Mad King saw in Brandon's challenge and Rickard's arrival an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate his power, to show the realm what happened to those who threatened the royal family, to feed his obsessions with fire and pain and the screams of people burning. Whether he actually believed that the Starks were traitors, whether he thought there was some genuine conspiracy that needed to be crushed, or whether he simply enjoyed what he was about to do, we cannot know. Madness doesn't always have clear motivations, doesn't always operate according to logic that can be reconstructed or understood. The trial that Aerys arranged was not a trial in any meaningful sense. It was theatre, a performance designed to satisfy the king's twisted sense of justice, while allowing him to indulge his cruelest impulses. Rickard Stark was brought before the king and formally accused of treason, of conspiring with his son to threaten the crown prince, of plotting rebellion against the Iron Throne. The accusations were absurd, based on nothing but Brandon's rash words and Rickard's decision to come to his son's defence, but they provided a legal pretext, however thin, for what Aerys intended to do. Rickard demanded trial by combat, which was his right under Westerosi law. Any accused man of sufficient status could demand to prove his innocence through combat, either fighting himself or choosing a champion to fight on his behalf. It was an ancient right, based on the belief that the gods would grant victory to the innocent, that justice would prevail through strength of arms. The practice had its problems, obviously favoured the strong over the weak regardless of guilt or innocence, but it was a recognised part of the legal system, a right that even a king was supposed to honour. Aerys agreed to trial by combat, which must have given Rickard some small hope that perhaps the situation could be resolved in a way that at least preserved some dignity, some adherence to proper form. But the king's agreement was a mockery, a cruel joke that revealed just how far beyond reason and custom he had travelled. When Rickard asked who would be his opponent in the trial by combat, Aerys smiled and said that he chose fire as his champion. Fire would prove Rickard's guilt or innocence. Fire would deliver the king's justice. The execution was carried out in the throne room of the Red Keep, in front of the Iron Throne itself, witnessed by the king and his court and his king's guard, men sworn to protect the king and to obey his commands even when those commands violated every principle of justice and honour. Rickard Stark was suspended from the rafters of the throne room, dressed in his armour, hanging there helpless while pyromancers placed containers of wildfire beneath him. The green substance, that alchemical creation that burned hotter than normal fire, that could melt steel and stone, was arranged carefully to create a slow burn, to maximize the suffering, to make the death last as long as possible. And Brandon, Rickard's son, the young man whose rash challenge had started all this, he was brought into the throne room and placed where he could see his father hanging there, where he could watch what was about to happen. But Brandon wasn't simply made to watch. Aerys had prepared something special for him, a particularly cruel variation on the execution. A leather cord was placed around Brandon's neck, tied in a way that would strangle him if he pulled against it, and just out of his reach, close enough to see but too far to grasp, a sword was placed on the floor. The arrangement was diabolical in its cruelty. Brandon could try to reach the sword, try to save his father, but each movement forward would tighten the cord around his neck, would bring him closer to strangulation. The wildfire was lit, and the burning began, and Rickard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, a man who had served the realm faithfully his entire life, started to die in his armour, roasted alive like meat in an oven. The armour that should have protected him became a prison, became the instrument of his death, conducting the heat, trapping him in metal that grew hotter and hotter as the wildfire burned beneath. He would have screamed, must have screamed, the pain too great for any human being to endure in silence, and his son watched and heard and tried desperately to reach the sword that might somehow save him. Brandon pulled against the cord, reaching for the sword, straining forward, even as the leather tightened around his throat, cutting off his air, choking him. He pulled and pulled, driven by desperation and love and the impossible hope that he could somehow reach the weapon, could somehow cut his father down, could somehow stop what was happening. But each attempt only brought him closer to his own death, only made the cord tighter, only reduced the air reaching his lungs. He was strangling himself in his attempt to save his father, dying by inches while watching his father burn, and there was nothing anyone could do, nothing that would stop this grotesque performance of the Mad King's justice. The men who witnessed this, the lords and knights and servants who stood in that throne room and watched a father and son die in ways that violated every norm of civilization, they were forever marked by what they saw. Some of them would later say that they'd wanted to intervene, wanted to stop it, wanted to draw their swords and cut Rickard down and strangle Aerys with Brandon's cord, but they didn't, couldn't, were held back by their oaths, or their fear, or their simple paralysis in the face of something too horrible to process. The Kingsguard stood in their white cloaks and watched their king commit murder dressed up as justice, and they did nothing, because their vows required them to protect the king, not to protect his victims, not to stop him when he went mad. Rickard Stark died in his armour, cooked by wildfire, and Brandon Stark strangled himself trying to save his father, and the two of them, father and son, died within moments of each other in the throne room of the Red Keep, while the Mad King watched and smiled and felt satisfied that his champion, Fire, had proven their guilt. The other young men who had ridden south with Brandon, Elbert Arryn and Kyle Royce, and Geoffrey Mallister, they were executed as well, killed in various ways according to the king's whim. Their lives ended because they'd had the misfortune to be loyal to a friend who made a rash decision. Only Ethan Glover survived, the last of Brandon's companions spared, for reasons that aren't entirely clear. Perhaps Aerys simply grew tired of executions, or perhaps there was some calculation about which families could be pushed and which couldn't, or perhaps it was simply arbitrary, the whim of a madman who had no consistent principles governing his cruelty. Ethan was thrown into the dungeons instead of being executed, left to rot there while the king moved on to his next obsession, his next target, his next demonstration of power. The news of what had happened spread quickly through King's Landing and then throughout the realm, carried by ravens and by travellers, by merchants and by servants, growing and distorting in the telling, but remaining fundamentally true in its essential horror. A great lord had been murdered by his king, executed without proper trial, killed in a manner that violated every tradition of justice and mercy. And his son had been forced to watch, had been killed in a way designed to maximize suffering and despair. The executions weren't just murders, they were statements, demonstrations of power, warnings to anyone who might think of challenging the crown or questioning the king's authority. But the message that Aerys intended to send, the warning that he thought would cow the realm into submission, had an effect opposite to what he wanted. Instead of frightening people into obedience, the executions enraged them, horrified them, convinced them that Aerys was no longer fit to rule, that the Mad King had finally crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. The murder of Rickard and Brandon Stark was the moment when rebellion stopped being unthinkable and started being necessary, when loyalty to the crown became impossible for people who had any sense of justice or honour or simple human decency. Jon Arryn, Lord of the Vale and Hand of the King, received a message from Aerys shortly after the executions, a command that would force him to make an impossible choice. The king demanded that Jon deliver the heads of his two wards, Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, to King's Landing. The reasoning was simple in its paranoid logic. Eddard was Rickard's son, Brandon's brother, clearly part of whatever conspiracy Aerys had convinced himself existed. And Robert was betrothed to Lyanna, the girl that Rhaegar had supposedly abducted, and his friendship with the Starks made him suspect as well. Both young men were therefore traitors who needed to be executed, and Jon Arryn, as their guardian and as Hand of the King, was commanded to deliver them to their deaths. Jon Arryn was an old man, a man who had served the realm faithfully for decades, who had fostered these young men and watched them grow, who had taught them about honour and duty and the responsibilities of leadership. Eddard Stark was like a son to him, quiet and serious and good in ways that made Jon proud. Robert Baratheon was more complicated, more wild and impulsive, but he was brave and strong and fundamentally decent despite his flaws. Jon had invested years in raising these young men, had genuine affection for them, had every reason to want to protect them from harm. But Jon was also Hand of the King, sworn to serve the crown, bound by oaths and, by tradition, to obey his king's commands. The position put him in an impossible situation, forced him to choose between his duty to the throne and his duty to his wards, between his oaths and his conscience, between what he'd sworn to do and what he knew was right. Some men in his position might have tried to find a middle way, might have stalled or negotiated or looked for some compromise that would satisfy the king without requiring them to betray people they loved. But Jon Arryn was old enough and wise enough to recognize that there was no middle way here, that Aerys would accept nothing less than the heads he'd demanded, that any attempt to protect Ned and Robert would be seen as treason and would result in Jon's own death along with theirs. So Jon Arryn made his choice, and it was the choice that would define the rest of his life, and that would reshape the history of Westeros. He refused the king's command. He would not deliver his wards to be murdered by a mad king. He would not be complicit in the execution of innocent young men whose only crime was being related to or friendly with people who had offended Aerys. The refusal was treason in the eyes of the law, a violation of his oaths as hand, a rebellion against the crown. But it was also the only choice that Jon could make and still live with himself, the only choice that preserved his honour and his humanity in the face of demands that no decent man could fulfill. With that refusal, with that single decision to protect his wards rather than obey his king, Jon Arryn transformed the situation from a series of isolated murders into a full rebellion. He raised his banners, called his vassals to war, and declared that he would defend Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon against the king's unjust demands. The Vale, one of the Seven Kingdoms, was now in open revolt against the Iron Throne, and Jon Arryn, respected and honourable and careful, was now a rebel and a traitor by the crown's definition. Eddard Stark, who had just learned that his father and brother had been murdered by the king in the most horrible way imaginable, now had to decide what to do with his grief and his rage. He was the Lord of Winterfell now, though he'd never wanted to be, had never expected to inherit because Brandon had been the heir. Everything he'd known, the future he'd imagined for himself, had been destroyed in a few moments in a throne room in King's Landing. His father was dead, his brother was dead, and somewhere in the realm his sister was missing, taken by Rhaegar or gone with him willingly. No one knew which. The North was his responsibility now, and the North was calling for justice, for vengeance, for someone to answer for the murder of their lord. Ned could have chosen peace, theoretically. He could have bent the knee to Aerys, could have declared that his father and brother had acted wrongly, could have tried to preserve his house and his people by submitting to the crown and hoping that the king's madness would be satisfied with the deaths already claimed. But that path was impossible, not just politically, but morally, psychologically. How could he submit to the man who had murdered his father and brother? How could he swear loyalty to a king who killed lords without trial, who used fire as a champion, who violated every principle of justice and mercy? The idea was absurd, unthinkable, a betrayal of everything the Starks stood for. So Ned called his banners, summoned the lords of the North to Winterfell and prepared for war. The North, which had remained loyal to the Targaryens through 300 years of rule, which had bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror and had served the Iron Throne faithfully ever since, was now in rebellion. The great houses of Stark and Arryn were united in their refusal to serve a mad king, united in their determination to protect themselves and to seek justice for the murdered and the missing. Robert Baratheon's response was even more straightforward, less complicated by the kinds of doubts and responsibilities that weighed on Ned and Jon Arryn. Robert had loved Lyanna Stark, or believed he loved her, had been planning to marry her and build a life with her. The news that Rhaegar had taken her, that she was missing and possibly being held against her will, drove Robert into a fury that was frightening in its intensity. He wanted Rhaegar's blood, wanted to kill the prince who had stolen his betrothed, wanted to wage war against anyone who stood in the way of getting Lyanna back and making Rhaegar pay for what he'd done. But Robert's rage was useful, was necessary even, because the rebellion needed someone who could inspire armies, who could lead men in battle, who had the strength and courage and sheer presence to stand against the Targaryens and their loyalists. Robert was that man, was perhaps the only man who could unite the rebels and give them a chance of victory. He was young, only about 20 years old, but he was already a warrior of exceptional skill, already proving himself in battles and skirmishes, already showing the kind of leadership that made men want to follow him into danger. The rebellion needed more than just the Vale and the North, though. 2 great houses rebelling was significant, but the realm had 7 kingdoms, and the Targaryens still controlled most of them, still had the loyalty of powerful houses, still had armies and resources that dwarfed what Stark and Arryn could field. The rebels needed allies, needed to expand their coalition, needed to bring other great houses into the fold if they had any hope of actually winning this war, rather than simply dying in a noble but futile gesture of defiance. The Riverlands became the key to building that larger coalition, and the man who controlled the Riverlands was Hoster Tully, Lord of River Run, a practical and ambitious man who understood that the current crisis presented both enormous danger and enormous opportunity. Hoster had a problem that the rebellion could solve. He had 2 daughters, Catelyn and Lysa, who needed to be married to secure alliances and advance his house's position, and he had the military strength that the rebels desperately needed. The armies of the Riverlands that could tip the balance of power if they joined the cause. The negotiations were probably straightforward, though the details have been lost to history. Hoster would join the rebellion, would bring the Riverlands into the war against the Targaryens in exchange for marriages that would bind the great houses together and give his daughters positions of enormous prestige and power. Catelyn had been betrothed to Brandon Stark, but Brandon was dead now, murdered in King's Landing. The betrothal could transfer to Eddard, who was now Lord of Winterfell, who needed a wife and who needed the alliance with the Riverlands. And Lysa could marry Jon Arryn, who was much older than her but who was Lord of the Vale, and hand to whoever ended up ruling after the war was won. These marriages were political arrangements, made quickly in the midst of crisis, designed to serve strategic purposes rather than personal happiness. Catelyn had loved Brandon, or had been preparing to love him, had been looking forward to their marriage and to becoming Lady of Winterfell. Now she would still become Lady of Winterfell, but to a different brother, a man she barely knew, in a match hastily arranged to secure her father's military support. For Catelyn, this must have been painful, confusing, a reminder that women of her station were pieces to be moved on the board, their preferences and feelings secondary to the political needs of their houses. Lysa's situation was even more difficult. She was younger, probably about 15 or 16, and she was being married to a man old enough to be her grandfather. A match that served Jon Arryn's need for an heir and Hoster Tully's need for an alliance, but that gave Lysa nothing but duty and obligation. The marriage would not be happy, would produce complications and resentments that would echo through the years, but in the moment, in the crisis of the rebellion's beginning, these personal costs seemed acceptable, seemed necessary, seemed like the price that had to be paid to build a coalition strong enough to challenge the Iron Throne. The weddings themselves were rushed affairs, nothing like the grand celebrations that such important matches would normally receive. There was no time for lengthy preparations, no opportunity for the elaborate feasts and tourneys and ceremonies that usually accompanied noble marriages. The realm was at war, or about to be, and the marriages needed to happen quickly to cement the alliances before circumstances changed. So the ceremonies were performed with whatever haste and simplicity the situation allowed. And suddenly Eddard Stark was married to Catelyn Tully, and Jon Arryn was married to Lysa Tully, and the Riverlands were committed to the rebellion. With these alliances secured, the rebel coalition consisted of 3 great houses, Stark in the north, Arryn in the Vale, and Tully in the Riverlands. That was a formidable combination, representing perhaps a third of the realm's military strength, and including some of its most defensible territories. The north was vast and difficult to invade, the Vale was protected by mountains, and the Riverlands sat in the centre of Westeros with access to major trade routes and river systems. But the rebellion still faced enormous challenges, still needed more allies, still needed to actually fight and win battles against a crown that commanded dragons in name if not in fact, that held King's Landing and the Crown Lands, that had the loyalty of the Reach and Dawn and potentially the Westerlands. The most important question was what Tywin Lannister would do. Tywin commanded the wealth and power of the Westerlands, could field enormous armies, and his decision to support the Crown or the rebels or to remain neutral might well determine the outcome of the war. But Tywin had his own grievances against Aerys, his own reasons to hate the king who had insulted him repeatedly, who had rejected his daughter as a match for Rhaegar, who had taken his son and heir to serve in the King's Guard specifically to wound him. Tywin's relationship with the crown was complicated, poisoned by years of accumulated resentments and insults. In the end, Tywin chose to wait, to remain officially neutral, to keep his forces at Casterly Rock and watch how the conflict developed before committing to either side. It was a characteristically calculating decision, minimizing his risk while maximizing his eventual leverage. Whichever side was winning, Tywin could join them at the crucial moment and claim credit for the victory, while avoiding the costs of fighting through the entire war. The decision frustrated both the rebels and the crown, both of whom wanted Lannister support, but it was strategically sound from Tywin's perspective, and no one could force him to commit before he was ready. So the rebellion began in earnest, with 3 great houses openly defying the crown, with marriages hastily arranged to cement alliances, with young lords thrust into positions of leadership and responsibility before they were really ready, with a realm fracturing along lines of loyalty and self-interest and ancient grudges. The summer was ending, autumn was beginning, and everyone knew that winter was coming eventually, that the seasons would turn regardless of who sat the Iron Throne or which houses rose and which fell. But before winter came, there would be war, there would be battles and sieges and deaths beyond counting, and the realm would be transformed in ways that no one could fully predict. The executions of Rickard and Brandon Stark had been meant to demonstrate the king's power, to show what happened to those who challenged the crown, but instead they had sparked rebellion, had united powerful houses against the Targaryens, had created a coalition that might actually be capable of overthrowing a dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries. Aerys had lit a fire with his wildfire and his cruelty, but the fire had spread beyond his control, had become a conflagration that would consume everything, including ultimately the Mad King himself and the house he ruled. The rebellion that began with rage and grief, and the murder of a father and son watching each other die now, had to transform itself from an emotional response into an actual military and political movement, capable of challenging the most powerful institution in Westeros. Emotions could start a war, but they couldn't win one. Victory required alliances and armies, required careful planning and strategic thinking, required convincing enough of the realm's great houses that rebellion was not just justified but achievable, that the risk of fighting was worth taking because success was actually possible. The Seven Kingdoms had been unified under the Iron Throne for nearly 300 years, held together by a combination of Targaryen dragons, strategic marriages, careful diplomacy, and the simple momentum of tradition. Most people in Westeros had never known anything but Targaryen rule, had grown up assuming that the dragons, even though they were extinct, would always sit the Iron Throne, that this was simply how the world was ordered and would continue to be ordered forever. Rebellion against such an established order was difficult not just militarily, but psychologically, required people to imagine a different future, to believe that change was possible even when all of history suggested otherwise. Each of the great houses that ruled the Seven Kingdoms faced its own calculation about whether to support the rebellion, remain loyal to the crown, or try to stay neutral and wait to see how events developed. These decisions were shaped by a complex mix of factors including self-interest, honour, ancient grudges, personal relationships, and simple geography. The houses that joined the rebellion early were those that had direct grievances against the crown, that had been personally wronged in ways that made continued loyalty impossible. But winning the war required bringing in houses whose connection to the conflict was less direct, whose interests might be served either by rebellion or by loyalty depending on how the situation developed. The North under Eddard Stark was committed to the rebellion absolutely, without reservation or possibility of reconciliation. The murder of Rickard and Brandon Stark had made any kind of peace with Aerys unthinkable. The North remembered, as they always said, and they would remember this particular grievance forever, would pass down the story of how their lord and his heir had died in the Mad King's throne room for generations to come. The Northmen might not have loved the Targaryens particularly, even in the best of times. The North had its own culture, its own gods, its own way of doing things that had never quite meshed with southern customs. But they'd been loyal vassals for 300 years, had bent the knee and paid their taxes and sent their sons to fight in the crown's wars. That loyalty was now broken beyond any possibility of repair. Eddard Stark himself was young to be leading a great house in wartime, only about 20 years old, thrust into lordship by his father's murder and his brother's death. He'd been trained to be a second son, to support his older brother rather than to rule himself, to be a loyal bannerman rather than a lord paramount. But circumstances had forced him into a role he'd never wanted or expected, and he had to rise to meet it, despite his youth and his grief and his uncertainty. Ned was not naturally suited to war in the way that Robert Baratheon was. He was quieter, more thoughtful, more inclined to consider consequences and to worry about the costs of victory. But he was also deeply honourable, loyal to his friends and his commitments, and absolutely determined to see justice done for his murdered family. The Vale of Arryn under Jon Arryn's leadership was equally committed to the rebellion, bound by Jon's refusal to hand over his wards and by his clear-eyed recognition that Aerys was unfit to rule. Jon was the oldest of the rebel leaders, a man with decades of experience in governance and politics, someone who understood the complexities of what they were attempting and the enormous risks they were taking. He brought to the rebellion not just the military strength of the Vale, but also wisdom and strategic thinking, a steadying influence on the younger lords whose passions sometimes outran their judgment. The Vale itself was in some ways the most defensible region in all of Westeros, protected by the Mountains of the Moon, accessible through only a few passes that could be held by relatively small forces against much larger armies. This geography gave the rebels a secure base, a place where they could gather and train and plan without constant fear of being overrun by loyalist forces. The Eyrie, that castle built into the mountain itself, was virtually impregnable, a fortress that had never been taken by force and that could shelter the rebel leadership if circumstances required them to retreat and regroup. The Riverlands under Hoster Tully represented a different kind of commitment, more pragmatic than the deeply personal grievances that drove Stark and Arryn. Hoster had no particular love for the Targaryens, but he also had no specific reason to hate them beyond the general recognition that Aerys was mad and getting worse. What Hoster had was ambition and political acumen, an understanding that the rebellion created opportunities for advancing his house's position if he played his hand correctly. By marrying his daughters to the leaders of the rebellion, by committing the Riverlands' military strength to their cause, Hoster was making an investment in a potential new order, gambling that the rebels could actually win, and that when they did, House Tully would be elevated to a position of unprecedented influence. But the Riverlands' geography worked against them in ways that the Vale's geography worked for them. The Riverlands sat in the centre of Westeros, bordered by multiple other kingdoms, with no natural barriers like mountains or deserts to protect them from invasion. The region was crossed by major rivers, the Trident and its various tributaries, which made it excellent farmland and supported a large population, but also made it easy for armies to move through. The Riverlands had historically been fought over, invaded and occupied by various powers, suffering more from wars than most other regions because of their central location and lack of defensible borders. Committing to the rebellion meant that the Riverlands would likely become a major battlefield, that Hoster's lands and people would bear a disproportionate share of the war's costs. The Stormlands presented a more complicated situation. Storm's End was held by House Baratheon, and Robert Baratheon was one of the rebellion's leaders, driven by his fury over Lyanna's disappearance and his friendship with Ned Stark. Robert had every reason to commit the Stormlands fully to the rebel cause, and his own vassals generally supported him because he was their lord, and because Robert's personality inspired a kind of loyalty and enthusiasm that more reserved leaders struggled to generate. But the Stormlands had always been divided into competing factions, with some lords more loyal to the concept of the Baratheon lordship than to any particular Baratheon, with ancient rivalries and territorial disputes that complicated any attempt at unified action. Robert's brothers presented their own considerations. Stannis Baratheon, the middle brother, was dutiful and loyal in ways that would define his entire life, someone who believed deeply in obligation and hierarchy, and doing what was right, regardless of personal cost. Stannis held Storm's End itself while Robert was in the field, maintaining the seat of House Baratheon's power, and his loyalty to his brother was absolute, even though the two men were not particularly close emotionally. Renly, the youngest brother, was only a child during the rebellion, too young to participate or to have meaningful opinions. But his future would be shaped by the outcome of this war in ways that would eventually create their own complications and tragedies. Some of the Storm Lords remained loyal to the crown despite Robert's rebellion, either because they genuinely believed in the Targaryen right to rule, or because they calculated that the rebellion would fail and wanted to be on the winning side when it did. The most significant of these loyalists was probably House Fell, and there were others as well, smaller houses that for various reasons chose to support Aerys despite their Lord Paramount's rebellion. This divided loyalty within the Stormlands meant that Robert couldn't count on the full military strength of his region, that some of his own nominal vassals would be fighting against him, adding another layer of complexity and bitterness to the conflict. The great houses that remained loyal to the crown had their own reasons and motivations, their own calculations about where their interests lay. The Reach, ruled by House Tyrell from Highgarden, was perhaps the most powerful region in Westeros in terms of population and agricultural production. The Tyrells could raise the largest armies of any great house, could feed those armies from their own abundant harvests, and their support was crucial to whichever side secured it. But Lord Mace Tyrell, who ruled the Reach during the rebellion, was cautious and somewhat vain, more concerned with his own dignity and his house's status than with abstract principles of justice or loyalty. Mace chose to support the crown, but his support was measured, careful, never fully committed in ways that might prove costly if the rebellion succeeded. The Tyrells had been stewards to House Gardener before the conquest, had been elevated to lordship by the Targaryens after Aegon's dragons killed the Gardener kings at the Field of Fire. They owed their position to House Targaryen, had benefited enormously from Targaryen rule, and that historical debt inclined them toward loyalty. But Mace was also smart enough to recognize that Aerys was mad, that supporting a mad king might prove problematic in the long run, and his military efforts on behalf of the crown reflected this ambivalence. Dorne under House Martell faced perhaps the most painful choice of any great house, torn between multiple competing loyalties and grievances. Princess Elia Martell was married to Rhaegar Targaryen, was the mother of his children, was connected to the royal family in the most intimate way possible. This connection should have made Dornish support for the crown automatic, should have meant that Dorne would commit fully to defending the Targaryens against the rebellion. But Rhaegar had humiliated Elia at Harrenhal by crowning Lyanna Stark as Queen of Love and Beauty, had then apparently run off with Lyanna, abandoning his wife or at least neglecting her in pursuit of whatever prophecy or passion drove him. The insult to Elia was an insult to Dorne, a reminder that even when Dornish princesses married into the royal family, even when they bore royal children, they were still seen as lesser, still vulnerable to being discarded or ignored when a Targaryen wanted something else. Prince Doran Martell, who ruled Dorne, was not a man given to rash decisions or dramatic gestures. He was patient, careful, willing to wait years or even decades to achieve his goals. But even Doran must have felt the sting of Rhaegar's treatment of his sister, must have wondered whether loyalty to the Targaryens was worth the continued acceptance of insults and injuries. In the end, Dorne supported the crown, but like the Tyrells, their support was qualified, limited, never quite full-throated. They sent some forces, made some gestures of loyalty, but they didn't commit everything they had, didn't throw themselves into the war with the kind of passion that might have made a decisive difference. The decision to support the crown was probably driven more by Elia's position and the need to protect her and her children than by any great love for Aerys or belief in the Targaryen cause. If Dawn had known what would ultimately happen to Elia and her children, if they could have seen the future, they might have made very different choices. But history doesn't offer that kind of foresight, and decisions have to be made based on incomplete information and hopes that often prove unfounded. The Westerlands under Tywin Lannister remained neutral, officially at least, throughout the early and middle stages of the rebellion. Tywin's decision to stay out of the conflict was one of the most important strategic choices made by any great house, and it shaped the course of the war in profound ways. Tywin had his own grievances against Aerys, had been insulted and dismissed and wounded in his pride repeatedly by a king he'd served faithfully for 20 years. But Tywin was not the sort of man to make decisions based on emotion or on abstract principles of justice. He was coldly calculating, always thinking several moves ahead, always positioning himself to maximize advantage and minimize risk. By remaining neutral, Tywin avoided the costs of fighting while preserving the option to intervene decisively when the outcome became clearer. If the crown looked like it was winning, he could join the loyalists late and be rewarded for his support while having avoided the bulk of the fighting. If the rebels looked like they were winning, he could join them at the crucial moment and position himself as the force that tipped the balance, earning gratitude and influence in whatever new order emerged. It was a cynical strategy, morally questionable in some ways, but strategically brilliant, and it was entirely characteristic of how Tywin Lannister operated throughout his life. The other great houses and regions made their own choices based on their own considerations. The Iron Islands under House Greyjoy remained mostly uninvolved, focused on their own affairs, and on the raiding and reaving that had always been central to Ironborn culture. The islands were poor in resources but rich in ships and skilled sailors, and their support might have mattered if they'd chosen to commit one way or another. But the Ironborn had little love for either the Targaryens or the rebels, saw the conflict as a Greenlander problem that didn't concern them, and mostly used the distraction of the war to conduct their own raids on coastal settlements, while the great houses were too busy fighting each other to stop them. These smaller houses throughout the realm made their own calculations, often based on which great house they owed direct allegiance to, but sometimes choosing independently based on their own assessment of where their interest lay. Some houses split internally, with different branches or different generations taking different sides, creating rifts that would last for decades after the war ended. Some hedge knights and landless warriors joined the rebellion out of genuine conviction or out of hatred for the mad king. Others joined the crown because they'd sworn oaths or because they calculated that loyalty would be rewarded, and many simply tried to stay out of it entirely, to keep their heads down and survive whatever was coming without committing to either side. The question of legitimacy hung over the entire conflict, creating complications for both sides. The crown could claim that the rebels were traitors, oath-breakers, criminals who deserved death for raising arms against their lawful king. The weight of tradition supported this view. Kings were sacred figures in Westerosi political theory, chosen by the gods, ruling by divine right, and rebellion against a king was not just a political act but a sin against the natural order. This perspective gave the crown a powerful argument, a way to frame the conflict that put the rebels in the wrong regardless of Aerys's madness or cruelty. But the rebels could counter that a king who murdered his vassals without trial, who violated every principle of justice and mercy, who had gone demonstrably mad, had broken the implicit contract between ruler and ruled, had forfeited his right to loyalty through his own actions. There were precedents, if you looked far enough back in history, for removing kings who had become tyrants or who had violated their duties too egregiously. The difficulty was that those precedents were old and contested, that Westerosi political culture strongly favoured stability and continuity over change, that most people were deeply uncomfortable with the idea that subjects could judge their king and find him wanting. The rebels also faced the practical problem that even if they won, even if they defeated the Targaryen forces and took King's Landing, they needed to have a plan for what came next, needed to decide who would rule and by what right. Robert Baratheon emerged as the answer to this question, but the process by which he became the designated future king was somewhat organic. Driven more by practical necessities than by clear constitutional principles, Robert had a Targaryen grandmother, giving him a blood claim to the throne that was distant but real. He was also a charismatic leader, a powerful warrior, someone who could inspire armies and win battles, and these qualities made him a natural focal point for the rebellion even beyond any legal claim. The decision to position Robert as the future king rather than simply fighting to remove Aerys and replace him with Rhaegar or some other Targaryen created complications that would echo through the years. It meant the rebellion wasn't just about removing a mad king, but about ending the Targaryen dynasty entirely, about replacing one royal house with another. This raised the stakes significantly, made compromise or negotiated settlement much more difficult, meant that the war would have to be fought to total victory or total defeat, with little room for anything in between. The marriages that had sealed the rebel alliance also created a network of obligations and relationships that would shape the future regardless of who won the war. Eddard Stark was now married to Catelyn Tully, binding the North and the Riverlands together in ways that went beyond simple military alliance. Jon Arryn was married to Lysa Tully, creating another link between the Vale and the Riverlands, and Robert, though not yet married, was understood to be fighting partly to reclaim Lyanna Stark, creating an expectation that if she was recovered, if she survived whatever had happened to her, the marriage between Stark and Baratheon would go forward as planned. These marital alliances created a web of mutual obligation and support, meant that the great houses couldn't easily abandon each other, even if circumstances changed, meant that victory or defeat would be shared rather than experienced in isolation. If the rebellion succeeded, these alliances would form the foundation of a new political order, with the great houses that had fought together expecting to share power and influence in whatever kingdom emerged from the war. If the rebellion failed, these same alliances would ensure that all the rebel houses suffered together, that there would be no possibility of one house making peace and leaving the others to face Aerys's vengeance alone. The human cost of these political calculations was easy to lose sight of in the grand strategy and the movement of armies, but it was real and significant. Catelyn Tully had been prepared to marry Brandon Stark, had been building a vision of her future around that match, and now she was married to a different man, a stranger really, in a ceremony rushed through because of military necessity. Her feelings about this, her adjustment to being Lady Stark to a different brother than the one she'd expected, these personal experiences were overshadowed by the larger conflict, but they mattered, shaped her life and her relationships in ways that would have consequences for years to come. Lysa Tully was married to a man old enough to be her grandfather, was expected to bear children for Jon Arryn to secure his succession and cement the alliance, was thrust into a role that she was probably not emotionally prepared for at 15 or 16 years old. The age gap between them was significant. The power imbalance was stark, and the marriage would not be happy, would create resentments and insecurities that would eventually play their own role in the realm's future troubles. But in the moment of the rebellion's beginning, these personal costs seemed acceptable, seemed like necessary sacrifices for the greater cause. The realm itself was fracturing along multiple fault lines, with traditional alliances being tested and sometimes broken, with houses that had been friendly for generations finding themselves on opposite sides, with the comfortable assumptions of 300 years of relative stability being questioned and overthrown. The rebellion was revealing that the Targaryen control of Westeros had been more fragile than anyone had realized, that it depended on a perception of inevitability and strength that could be shattered if enough powerful houses decided to challenge it simultaneously. But the rebellion also demonstrated the enormous difficulty of actually overthrowing an established order, of fighting against the momentum of tradition and custom and oath. Even with 3 great houses in rebellion, and others remaining neutral or offering only tepid support to the crown, Aerys still controlled King's Landing, still sat the Iron Throne, still commanded the loyalty of a significant portion of the realm. The rebels would have to actually defeat the royalist forces in battle, would have to take the capital, would have to kill or capture the king and the crown prince, all while avoiding being crushed by the superior resources that the crown could potentially bring to bear. The stage was set for a war that would be fought across the length and breadth of Westeros, that would pull in great houses and small, that would kill thousands of people and reshape the political landscape of the realm. But wars are not decided by the righteousness of causes or by who has the better arguments about legitimacy and justice. Wars are decided by battles, by the movement of armies and the clash of steel, by which side can sustain its efforts longer and pay the cost that victory requires. The rebel coalition had come together, had committed themselves to fighting, but commitment alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to actually win, and that would require everything they had and more than some of them would survive to give. Wars in Westeros, like wars everywhere, are often remembered through their decisive battles, through the moments when thousands of men came together on a field and fought until one side broke and ran or died where they stood. But the reality of war is usually messier than the clean narratives that histories present, more diffuse, more chaotic, with multiple campaigns happening simultaneously in different regions, with victory and defeats accumulating gradually rather than being decided in single dramatic moments. Robert's rebellion followed this pattern, unfolding over more than a year with battles fought from the Stormlands to the Riverlands, with the momentum shifting back and forth between the rebels and the crown, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage for a long time. The early stages of the war went poorly for the rebels in some ways, challenged their confidence, reminded them that righteous causes don't guarantee victory, and that the Targaryens, even led by a mad king, still commanded significant military resources and competent commanders. Robert Baratheon, for all his skill as a warrior and his charisma as a leader, was young and relatively inexperienced in the kind of large-scale warfare that the rebellion required. He'd fought in smaller conflicts, had proven himself in tourneys and skirmishes, but commanding armies of thousands in pitched battle against other organized forces was different, required skills and knowledge that could only be gained through experience. The Battle of Summerhall came early in the conflict, and it represented the rebels' first major setback, a reminder that enthusiasm and just cause wouldn't be enough to overcome the crown's advantages. Summerhall was a ruined castle in the Stormlands, a place with its own tragic history, involving a fire that had killed many Targaryens decades earlier, and near this haunted site, Robert met a royalist force in battle. The exact details of the engagement are somewhat unclear in the historical record, lost in the fog of war and the passage of time, but what's certain is that Robert's forces were defeated, pushed back, forced to retreat and regroup. The royalist forces at Summerhall were led by loyal Stormlords, men who had chosen to support the crown despite Robert's rebellion, who saw their duty to the Iron Throne as more important than their allegiance to their Lord Paramount. House Fell was particularly significant among these loyalists, bringing substantial forces to the battle and fighting with determination born of genuine conviction that the rebels were in the wrong. The defeat at Summerhall demonstrated that the Stormlands themselves were divided, that Robert couldn't count on unified support from his own region, that some of his nominal vassals would actively fight against him. Robert's response to the defeat was characteristic of who he was, showed both his strengths and his limitations as a leader. He didn't despair, didn't lose confidence, didn't question whether the rebellion was worth continuing. Instead, he gathered his remaining forces, absorbed the lessons of the defeat, and prepared to fight again. Robert had a warrior's mentality, a belief that setbacks were temporary, that the next battle would go better, that persistence and courage would ultimately prevail. This resilience was inspiring to his followers, gave them confidence even in defeat, made them willing to keep fighting when a more cautious or philosophical leader might have sought terms or compromise. But Robert's focus on personal combat and immediate tactical concerns sometimes came at the expense of longer-term strategic thinking. He was brilliant in the moment of battle, could read a fight as it developed, and make split-second decisions that turned the tide. But he was less interested in logistics and planning, in the careful coordination of multiple forces over long distances, in the patient work of building and maintaining alliances. These limitations didn't make him a bad commander, but they meant that the rebellion needed other leaders as well, needed Ned Stark's steadiness and Jon Arryn's wisdom, and Hoster Tully's political acumen to complement Robert's martial prowess. The Reach forces under Mace Tyrell represented another significant challenge for the rebels, particularly as they moved into the Stormlands to support the crown. Mace had mustered the largest army in Westeros, drawing on the Reach's abundant population and wealth, bringing tens of thousands of soldiers into the field. The sheer size of the Tyrell forces was intimidating, created the impression of overwhelming strength, suggested that the Crown's victory was inevitable if the Reach committed fully to the war effort. The Battle of Ashford was another early engagement that went against the rebels, fought in the town of Ashford in the northern Reach near the border with the Riverlands. Robert had moved to meet the Tyrell forces, hoping to defeat them before they could combine with other royalist armies, hoping to demonstrate that even the Reach's vast numbers could be overcome by superior tactics and fighting spirit. But the battle didn't go as Robert hoped. The Tyrell forces, while not particularly aggressive or creative in their tactics, had the advantage of numbers and were competently led, and they managed to push Robert's army back, inflicting casualties and forcing another retreat. The defeats at Summerhall and Ashford created a perception problem for the rebellion, raised questions about whether the rebel forces could actually compete with the Crown's armies, whether the great houses that had committed to the war had made a terrible mistake. victories in the early stages of a conflict are psychologically important, create momentum and attract fence-sitters who want to join the winning side. The rebels' early losses did the opposite, made some of their supporters nervous, made neutral houses less likely to join the cause, gave the crown confidence that the rebellion would collapse under sustained military pressure. But while Robert was fighting and losing battles in the south, other campaigns were developing in other regions. Other aspects of the war were unfolding in ways that would prove equally important to the ultimate outcome. The siege of Storm's End became one of the defining events of the rebellion, a demonstration of stubbornness and endurance that would shape how people understood the war and the character of those who fought in it. Storm's End, the ancestral seat of House Baratheon, was one of the strongest castles in all of Westeros, built thousands of years earlier with walls so thick and foundations so deep that it had never fallen to assault in all its long history. Stannis Baratheon held Storm's End for his brother Robert, commanded the garrison and the household troops, maintained the castle as a secure base for the rebellion in the Stormlands, even while Robert was in the field fighting battles and sometimes losing them. Stannis was young, probably only about 17 or 18 years old, but he was already displaying the rigid sense of duty and the unbending determination that would define his entire life. He'd been left in command of Storm's End because Robert trusted him, because someone needed to hold the castle, and because Stannis was the kind of person who would do his duty regardless of personal cost or comfort. Mace Tyrell, after his victory at Ashford, moved south and laid siege to Storm's End, surrounding the castle with the bulk of his enormous army and settling in for what he clearly expected would be a relatively brief affair. The plan was simple and, on its face, quite sensible. Storm's End might be impregnable to assault, but castles still needed food and supplies, and a siege could starve out any garrison, no matter how thick the walls were or how brave the defenders. Mace probably expected that Stannis would recognize the futility of resistance, would negotiate terms and surrender the castle in exchange for safe passage or some other consideration, allowing the Tyrell forces to move on to more important objectives. But Mace didn't understand Stannis, didn't realize that he was dealing with someone whose sense of duty was so absolute, so inflexible, that surrender simply wasn't an option, regardless of circumstances. Stannis had been ordered to hold Storm's End, and he would hold it, would keep holding it until he died, or until the war ended, would not consider any other course of action, because duty required obedience, and obedience required persistence regardless of cost. This quality would be both Stannis' greatest strength and his greatest weakness throughout his life, would make him reliable beyond any question but also brittle, unable to bend when bending might be wiser than breaking. The siege settled into a grinding stalemate, with the Tyrell forces surrounding the castle and preventing any supplies from reaching the garrison, while Stannis rationed what food remained inside and prepared his people for a long and difficult ordeal. The initial months weren't too bad. Storm's End had substantial stores, had been well provisioned before the siege began, and the garrison could feed itself adequately if not lavishly. But as the siege stretched from weeks into months, as autumn turned toward winter and no relief appeared, the situation inside the castle became increasingly desperate. The garrison began to starve, slowly at first and then more rapidly as the stores dwindled and then ran out entirely. Stannis instituted strict rationing, ensuring that what food remained was distributed according to need rather than rank, that soldiers received enough to maintain their strength for fighting while civilians received enough to survive, if barely. The horses were slaughtered and eaten when the grain ran out, every last animal in the castle consumed to keep the people alive a little longer. Leather was boiled to make a kind of soup, providing minimal nutrition, but at least filling stomachs and giving the illusion of a meal. Rats became a delicacy, hunted through the castle's cellars and walls, fought over when caught, roasted over small fires and divided among the starving garrison. The suffering inside Storm's End was extraordinary, the kind of prolonged hardship that breaks most people, that makes surrender seem not just reasonable, but necessary for simple survival. People were dying of starvation, slowly wasting away, their bodies consuming themselves in the absence of food, their strength fading until they could no longer stand or walk or even speak. Children suffered particularly, their small bodies unable to withstand the deprivation, and the sounds of starving children crying for food must have been among the most difficult things the garrison had to endure. But Stannis held, refused to surrender, refused to even discuss terms with the besieging forces, maintained the garrison's discipline through sheer force of will and through his own example of endurance and sacrifice. He ate no more than his soldiers, took no special privileges for himself, shared in the suffering that he was inflicting on his people through his refusal to yield. This created a kind of grim respect, a recognition that their commander was asking nothing of them that he wasn't willing to endure himself, that if they were going to starve, at least they were starving together under a leader who wouldn't abandon them or compromise his principles for personal comfort. The siege lasted nearly a full year, an extraordinary length of time for any garrison to hold out under such conditions, a testament to human endurance and to the power of duty when it becomes the organizing principle of someone's entire existence. Relief came finally from an unexpected source, from a smuggler named Voss Seaworth who managed to slip through the Tyrell blockade in a small boat, bringing onions and salt fish, basic foods that probably tasted like a feast to people who'd been starving for months. The amount of food Davos brought was small, not nearly enough to end the siege or to truly provision the castle, but it was enough to keep people alive a little longer, enough to renew hope that relief might come, that endurance might eventually be rewarded. Stannis never forgot this service, never forgot that Davos had risked his life to bring food when no one else would or could, and the memory of those onions and that salt fish would shape Stannis's relationship with Davos for the rest of both their lives. After the war, Stannis would raise Davos to knighthood as a reward for his service, would make him Ser Davos, and give him lands and position, but would also insist on taking the fingertips from Davos's left hand as punishment for his years of smuggling before the siege. The combination of reward and punishment was perfectly Stannis, rigidly just in a way that acknowledged both service and crime, unable or unwilling to let either consideration override the other. Mace Tyrell's conduct of the siege was competent but uninspired, characterized by the same caution and concern for appearances that marked his entire military career. He surrounded Storm's End with overwhelming force, ensured that nothing could get in or out except for the occasional smuggler who slipped through the blockade, and then essentially waited for starvation to do the work that assault couldn't accomplish. It was a reasonable strategy, probably the best option available given Storm's End's reputation for impregnability. But it also meant that Mace was tying down his enormous army in a siege that produced no dramatic results, no glory, no progress toward ending the war. The cynical interpretation of Mace's actions, and there were those who held this view both during the war and afterward, was that he was deliberately avoiding more active engagement with the rebel forces, that his commitment to the crown was half-hearted, that he was besieging Storm's End because it gave him an excuse to keep his army out of the main campaigns where he might actually have to fight and possibly lose battles that would damage his reputation. Whether this interpretation is fair or not, whether Mace was being cautious or cowardly or simply practical, the result was that the largest army in Westeros spent most of the war sitting outside a castle, waiting for people inside to starve. While the siege of Storm's End ground on and Robert fought his battles in the south, the northern and river campaigns were developing in their own patterns, with their own victories and setbacks. Eddard Stark was raising the north, calling the bannermen of House Stark to war, assembling an army from the scattered keeps and holdfasts that dotted that vast cold region. The north was the largest kingdom in Westeros by area, but also the most sparsely populated, and gathering forces required time and coordination across enormous distances. The Northmen were formidable warriors, hardened by their harsh climate and their constant conflicts with wildlings beyond the wall, but they were also slower to mobilize than southern armies, had further to travel to reach the main theatres of war. The Riverlands, sitting at the centre of everything, became a major battleground as various forces moved through the region, as the Tullys tried to defend their lands while also supporting the broader rebel cause. The rivers that gave the region its name and its fertility also made it easy for armies to move through, to cross and recross as campaigns developed, and the small folk of the Riverlands suffered enormously as armies on both sides requisitioned supplies, trampled fields, burned villages suspected of supporting the enemy. This was the pattern of warfare in Westeros, as it had always been, with the common people bearing the costs of conflicts they had no say in starting, and no ability to escape. Hoster Tully was trying to coordinate the defence of the Riverlands, while also supporting Robert and Ned in their campaigns, trying to protect his own lands and people, while also fulfilling his obligations to his allies and to his daughters' husbands. It was a difficult balancing act, one that required constant strategic decisions about where to commit forces, which threats to address and which to accept, how to maintain the alliance while also preserving his own house's strength and position. Hoster was good at this kind of political military manoeuvring, had spent decades navigating the complexities of Riverlands politics, where multiple powerful houses competed for influence, and where geography made defence difficult. Jon Connington emerged as one of the Crown's more effective commanders during this period, appointed as Hand of the King by Aerys, in what was probably an attempt to find someone who could actually coordinate the Loyalist war effort. Jon Connington was young for a Hand, probably in his late 20s or early 30s, but he was competent and energetic, genuinely loyal to the Targaryens and particularly to Prince Rhaegar, whom he apparently admired and possibly loved in ways that went beyond simple loyalty to one's prince. His appointment gave the Crown's forces better coordination than they'd had previously, someone who could actually plan campaigns and move armies with some strategic purpose, rather than simply reacting to whatever the rebels did. Connington's campaign against Robert was characterized by pursuit and harassment, by trying to bring the rebel lord to battle under favourable conditions, by attempting to use the Crown's superior numbers and resources to corner and destroy Robert's army before it could combine with the other rebel forces. This was sound strategy, the kind of focused, aggressive campaign that might have ended the rebellion if it had succeeded. Robert was the rebellion's military leader, the face of the cause, the warrior whose victories or defeats would shape how people understood the war's progress. If Connington could kill or capture Robert, the rebellion might collapse even if the political grievances remained unresolved. The back-and-forth nature of the early campaigns created a sense of stalemate, of neither side gaining a decisive advantage despite multiple battles and much movement of armies. The rebels won some engagements, lost others, survived setbacks and capitalized on opportunities, slowly learning how to fight this kind of war through bitter experience. The Crown's forces had advantages in numbers and resources, but seemed unable to coordinate effectively, unable to press their advantages to decisive conclusions, hampered by Aerys's increasingly erratic commands and by the divided loyalties and limited commitments of some of their key supporters. The seasons were changing as the war ground on, autumn deepening into the kind of cold that presaged winter's approach, the harvest diminishing as fields were trampled and burned, the food situation throughout the realm becoming more precarious as the conflict disrupted normal agricultural cycles. Wars in Westeros were normally fought in summer when the weather allowed for movement and when supplies were abundant. Fighting through autumn and into the possibility of winter was dangerous, created logistical challenges that could prove as deadly as enemy swords, threatened to starve armies and civilians alike regardless of who won the battles. The common people suffered through all of this. As they always did in wars, their lives disrupted and destroyed by conflicts they had no part in starting and no ability to influence. Villages were burned by both sides, sometimes deliberately as punishment for real or imagined support of the enemy, sometimes simply because armies needed to destroy resources to deny them to their opponents. Fields were trampled and crops were requisitioned, leaving farmers with nothing to eat and no seed for next year's planting. Young men were pressed into service or killed in battles, leaving families without providers, without the labour necessary to work the land even if the land hadn't been destroyed. Women and children suffered their own particular horrors, vulnerable to violence from soldiers on both sides, displaced from their homes. Starving alongside the garrison at Storm's End or fleeing ahead of armies in the Riverlands, trying to survive in a world that had become suddenly unstable and dangerous. The great lords and the historians who write about them often ignore these costs, focus on battles and strategies and the movements of important people. But the suffering of the small folk was real and widespread, and in many ways more tragic than the deaths of warriors who had at least chosen to fight. The war was becoming a grinding contest of endurance, a test of which side could sustain its efforts longer, could absorb more losses and continue fighting, could maintain the will to keep going when victory seemed distant and costs kept mounting. The rebels had committed themselves irrevocably, had burned their bridges by taking up arms against the Crown, had no real option for negotiated peace that would leave them alive and in possession of their lands and titles. They had to win, or they had to die, and that clarity of purpose gave them a certain desperate strength, a willingness to pay whatever price victory required. The Crown's forces had different motivations, more varied, more complex. Some were genuinely loyal to the Targaryens, believed in the dynasty's right to rule, were willing to fight and die to preserve that rule. Others were more calculating, supporting the Crown because they thought it would win, because they wanted to be on the winning side when the dust settled, because rebellion seemed too risky or too morally questionable. And some were there simply because their lords commanded them to be there, small folk and hedge knights and lesser nobles who fought because that was their duty, who had no strong feelings about Targaryens or rebels, but who followed orders and hoped to survive. These differences in motivation mattered, would ultimately matter a great deal, because they affected how hard different forces were willing to fight, how much they were willing to sacrifice, how long they would persist in the face of setbacks. An army of convinced loyalists would fight to the last man. An army of cautious opportunists would fight until the costs seemed likely to exceed the benefits, and then they would find reasons to withdraw or switch sides, or simply stop fighting with full commitment. The Crown's forces included both types, and the balance between them would shift as the war developed, as victories and defeats accumulated, as perceptions changed about who was likely to win and what the consequences of backing the wrong side might be. The stalemate couldn't last forever, though. Wars eventually reach turning points, moments when the balance shifts decisively, when one side gains an advantage that compounds into victory, or when some event changes the calculation for enough people that the outcome becomes inevitable even if the fighting continues. Robert's rebellion was approaching such a moment, was building toward a confrontation that would determine everything, that would settle the question of whether the Targaryens would continue to rule, or whether a new order would emerge from the ashes of the old. The battles in the Stormlands and the siege of Storm's End and the campaigns in the Riverlands, all of these were preludes, were setting the stage for something larger and more decisive that was still to come. The armies that would decide the fate of Westeros came together at a river crossing in the Riverlands, drawn by the logic of geography and strategy to a place that would forever after be known by what happened there. The Trident was the greatest river system in the Central Kingdoms, a network of waterways that flowed through fertile lands and that had witnessed countless battles over the centuries as armies moved through the region. The Green Fork, the Blue Fork, and the Red Fork all joined together to create the main channel of the Trident, and where these waters met, where the river ran wide and strong, the rebellion and the crown would finally meet in the kind of pitched battle that could change everything. The battle came in the year 283 after Aegon's conquest, more than a year after the rebellion had begun, after dozens of smaller engagements, and after both sides had tested each other repeatedly without gaining a decisive advantage. The rebel forces had finally managed to gather their scattered armies, had brought together the Northmen under Ned Stark, the Riverlords under Hoster Tully, the forces from the Vale under Jon Arryn, and Robert's own army from the Stormlands. It was a substantial force, perhaps 40,000 men or more, though exact numbers are always uncertain in accounts of ancient battles, always rounded and estimated and probably exaggerated by whoever was doing the counting. The Crown's forces were at least as large, possibly larger, drawn from the Crownlands and from loyalist houses throughout the realm, reinforced by some Dornish troops and by contingents from houses that had remained faithful to the Targaryens despite Aerys's madness. And leading the royalist army was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen himself, the crowned prince who had started this entire catastrophe by crowning Lyanna Stark with winter roses and then disappearing with her, whose actions had triggered Brandon's rage and Rickard's death, and everything that followed. Rhaegar had finally emerged from wherever he'd been hiding with Lyanna, had left her somewhere and returned to lead his father's forces to try to salvage the dynasty and the realm from the chaos his obsessions had created. Rhaegar's appearance at the head of the royalist army was significant in multiple ways, changed the nature of the conflict, made it personal in ways that abstract battles over legitimacy and justice could never be. For Robert Baratheon, this wasn't just another battle. This was his chance to face the man who had taken Lyanna, who had destroyed his dreams of happiness, who embodied everything that Robert hated about what had happened. Robert's fury at Rhaegar was legendary, was one of the driving forces of the entire rebellion, and now finally he would have the opportunity to confront that rage directly, to make Rhaegar answer with sword and blood for what he'd done. For others in the rebel army, Rhaegar's presence was more complicated, more ambiguous. Many people had admired the prince, had seen in him the hope for better governance after Aerys's madness, had believed that he was different from his father, that he was thoughtful and kind and genuinely concerned about the realm's welfare. The revelation of his relationship with Lyanna, whatever its nature had been, had damaged that reputation, but hadn't destroyed it entirely. Some still believed that Rhaegar had good reasons for what he'd done, that his actions made sense within some framework of prophecy or higher purpose that ordinary people couldn't understand. But whatever Rhaegar's motivations or character might have been, he was leading the army that stood between the rebels and victory, and he would have to be defeated if the rebellion was going to succeed. The battle was joined on the banks of the Trident, with both armies arrayed across the river valley, the water running between them and forcing both sides to commit to a crossing under fire if they wanted to engage. The day was hot, the kind of late summer heat that makes armour uncomfortable and exertion exhausting, and the river was flowing high and fast, fed by recent rains in the mountains to the west. The battle itself unfolded in the way that large medieval battles typically did, with archery exchanges as the forces approached each other, with cavalry charges and infantry formations crashing together, with the organised chaos of thousands of men fighting and dying across a battlefield that stretched for miles along the river's edge. The specific tactical details are lost to history, were probably never fully understood even by the commanders who were trying to control the action, because battles of this scale exceed any individual's ability to comprehend them in their entirety. What we know is that the fighting was fierce and prolonged, that men died in enormous numbers on both sides, that the river ran red with blood for days afterward. Robert fought like a man possessed, wielding his warhammer with devastating effect, cutting through the royalist forces toward where he knew Rhaegar would be, driven by his personal hatred and his need to confront the prince directly. The warhammer was Robert's signature weapon, a massive thing that required enormous strength to wield effectively, but that could crush armour and break bones with each blow. Robert was exceptionally strong, even among warriors, and he used that strength to brutal effect, smashing through anyone who stood between him and his target. The army swirled around the two leaders, creating a kind of clearing in the chaos where Robert and Rhaegar could meet, where the personal conflict that had started this war could be resolved through single combat. It wasn't a formal duel, wasn't arranged by heralds with proper ceremony and witnesses. It was simply two men finding each other in the midst of battle, recognizing each other across the space of struggling warriors, and moving toward confrontation with the inevitability of fate, or of narrative necessity, or simply of two magnetic forces that couldn't exist in proximity without collision. Rhaegar was armoured magnificently, wearing black plate decorated with rubies that had been fashioned to resemble the three-headed dragon of his house, each ruby the size of a child's fist, catching the sunlight and seeming to burn with inner fire. He carried a sword, fought in the traditional style of Westerosi knights, met Robert's charge with courage, if not with Robert's overwhelming physical power. Rhaegar was a skilled warrior, had trained extensively and had natural talent, but he was facing a man who was larger, stronger, driven by rage and grief, fighting with the kind of abandon that comes from having nothing to lose and everything to gain. The combat between them was brief and brutal, lacking the elegant exchanges that bards would later imagine, lacking any poetry or nobility beyond what observers wanted to project onto it afterward. Robert swung his hammer, and Rhaegar tried to block or dodge, tried to find openings for counterattacks, tried to use skill and technique to compensate for the disadvantage in raw power. But power was too much, skill wasn't enough, and Robert's hammer found its mark, struck Rhaegar in the chest with enough force to cave in the breastplate, to crush the ribs beneath, to destroy the prince's chest cavity and kill him nearly instantly. Rhaegar fell into the shallow water at the river's edge, the rubies from his armour scattering as the hammer blow knocked them loose, falling into the river where they would settle among the stones and mud. The prince who had been obsessed with prophecy, who had believed he had a destiny to fulfill, who had set in motion the events that destroyed his family's dynasty, died in the water of the Trident with Robert Baratheon standing over him, both men soaked in river water and blood. It was over in moments. This confrontation that had been building for more than a year, this meeting that the entire war had been pointing toward. The death of their prince had an immediate and devastating effect on the royalist forces, broke their morale in ways that even the loss of territory or the death of thousands of common soldiers hadn't done. Rhaegar had been their hope, their symbol of better governance to come, their prince who would someday be king, and who would restore dignity and competence to the throne after his father's madness. With Rhaegar dead, that future was gone, and what remained was the prospect of serving Aerys indefinitely, of continuing to fight for a mad king with no hope that things would improve when he eventually died. The loyalist army began to fragment, units breaking and running, commanders making independent decisions to withdraw rather than continue a fight that seemed suddenly hopeless. Some forces retreated in good order, maintaining their formations and fighting rearguard actions to prevent the rebels from completely destroying them. Others simply fled, threw down their weapons and ran, trying to escape before the rebel forces could catch and kill them. The battle turned from a contest into a rout, with the rebels pursuing and killing those they could catch, accepting surrenders from those who offered them, too exhausted themselves to chase everyone who fled. The rubies from Rhaegar's armour remained in the river, scattered across the ford where the prince had fallen, and the location became known afterward as the Ruby Ford, a name that would persist for generations. People would come to the site and search for rubies, would find them occasionally in the river mud, would keep them as curiosities or sell them to collectors who wanted a piece of the history, a tangible connection to the moment when the Targaryen dynasty's fall became inevitable. The rubies weren't particularly valuable in themselves, but their association with Rhaegar's death gave them a significance beyond mere monetary worth. John Connington, the Hand of the King who had been pursuing Robert with such determination, who had come so close to catching and defeating the rebel lord in earlier campaigns, was not at the Trident. He'd been dismissed from his position before the battle, sent back to his lands in disgrace, replaced by other commanders who Aerys thought might serve him better. Connington had failed to catch Robert when he had the chance, had let the rebel lord escape through what Aerys saw as incompetence or worse, and the Mad King's paranoia wouldn't tolerate failure even from loyal servants. Connington would spend the rest of his life regretting his failure, wondering whether if he'd been bolder or more ruthless, if he'd been willing to burn towns and kill innocents to flush Robert out of hiding, he might have ended the rebellion before the Trident. The question haunted him, shaped his exile and his later attempts to restore the Targaryen line through supporting Rhaegar's supposed surviving children. But in the moment, his absence from the Trident meant that the Loyalist forces lacked his competent leadership, that they were commanded by others who were less capable or less committed, and this probably contributed to how thoroughly the Royalist army collapsed after Rhaegar's death. Eddard Stark arrived at the battlefield after the main fighting was over, riding up with his forces to find that the decisive battle had been fought and won without him, that his friend Robert had killed Rhaegar and that the Loyalist army was in full retreat. Ned's late arrival wasn't due to cowardice or hesitation, but simply to the logistical challenges of moving armies across great distances and coordinating multiple forces that were starting from different locations. The north was far from the Riverlands, and even with hard riding and good coordination, getting northern forces to the right place at the right time was difficult. But Ned's arrival, even if it came too late to affect the battle's outcome, was still important for what came afterward. He was there to witness the victory, to see Rhaegar's body being pulled from the river, to participate in the discussions about what to do next now that the rebellion's greatest military obstacle had been overcome. The presence of all the major rebel leaders, Robert and Ned and Jon Arryn and Hoster Tully, created an opportunity for planning the next phase of the war, for deciding how to capitalize on the victory at the Trident and how to bring the conflict to a final conclusion. The psychological impact of Rhaegar's death extended far beyond the immediate military consequences, affected how people throughout the realm understood the rebellion and its chances of success. When the Crown Prince himself could be killed in battle, when the Targaryens could be defeated by rebels in open combat, the aura of inevitability that had surrounded the dynasty for 300 years was shattered. People began to believe that maybe the rebellion really could win, that maybe the Targaryens weren't invincible after all, that maybe change was possible in ways that had seemed impossible before the Trident. Houses that had been neutral or lukewarm in their support for the crown began to reconsider their positions, began to think about whether continuing to support a losing cause made sense, whether their interests might be better served by joining the rebellion, or at least by staying out of the fighting entirely. The careful calculations that had led some houses to support Aerys despite his madness were being revised in light of new information, and the balance was shifting decisively toward the rebels. The symbolic meaning of the battle was enormous as well, beyond even its military and political significance. A stag had killed a dragon, Robert's warhammer had crushed Rhaegar's ruby-decorated armour, and the imagery was too perfect for bards and storytellers to resist. The stag was Robert's sigil, the crowned stag of House Baratheon, and the three-headed dragon was the Targaryen symbol, and the battle could be read as a kind of divine judgment, a statement by the gods about which house deserved to rule. Whether you believed in such divine intervention or not, the narrative power of the symbolism was undeniable, gave the rebellion a story that made sense, that felt meaningful, that suggested destiny rather than mere accident. Robert himself was exhausted and wounded from the battle, had taken injuries in his combat with Rhaegar and in the fighting that preceded it, but he was alive and victorious and exultant in a way that only warriors who have survived mortal combat can be. He'd killed the man he hated most in the world, had avenged his honour and Lyanna's honour, had struck a blow against the Targaryens that no one could ignore or minimise. The fact that Lyanna was still missing, still held somewhere by forces unknown, still in danger or possibly dead, that complicated Robert's emotions, made his victory bittersweet. But in the immediate aftermath of battle there was room only for relief at survival and satisfaction at victory. The rebel commanders gathered after the fighting ended, meeting in whatever shelter they could find near the battlefield, probably in tents or in some commandeered building, to discuss their next moves. The immediate question was what to do with the defeated loyalist forces, with the prisoners who had been taken and the soldiers who had fled. The answer they settled on was relatively merciful by the standards of medieval warfare. Prisoners who would swear loyalty to Robert were released or even invited to join the rebel forces. Those who refused were held but not executed, kept as hostages or for later ransom. This merciful treatment of defeated enemies was partly strategic, designed to encourage other loyalist forces to surrender rather than fight to the death, to demonstrate that the rebels weren't monsters who would slaughter everyone who had opposed them, but it was also a reflection of the rebellion's character, or at least of the character of its leaders. Ned Stark and Jon Arryn were fundamentally decent men who didn't relish killing, and who believed in treating defeated enemies with at least minimal honour and respect. Robert was more vindictive in some ways, but even he recognised that they would need to govern the realm after the war was over, that creating too many blood feuds would make peace impossible. The larger strategic question was what to do next, how to follow up on the victory and bring the war to a conclusion. The most obvious target was King's Landing itself, the capital where Aerys still sat on the Iron Throne, still commanded loyalist forces, still represented the authority of the crown, even if that authority was increasingly hollow. Taking the capital would effectively end the war, would give the rebels control of the Iron Throne and allow them to install Robert as the new king, would transform them from rebels into the legitimate government of the realm. But taking King's Landing wouldn't be easy, even with momentum from the Trident victory. The city was large and well defended, with strong walls and a garrison that might fight stubbornly if they believed they had no choice. Aerys himself was unpredictable, mad in ways that made him dangerous even in defeat, possibly willing to destroy the city rather than let it fall to his enemies. The rebel commanders knew about Aerys's obsession with wildfire, had heard rumours about the quantities that had been stockpiled throughout the city, and they had to consider the possibility that the Mad King might try to burn King's Landing rather than surrender it. The march on King's Landing began soon after the Trident, with the rebel forces moving south toward the capital, gathering strength as they went, accepting the submission of houses that had fought for the crown, but that now recognised the rebellion's inevitable victory. The momentum was entirely with the rebels now, the sense that they had already won even if the final acts remained to be played out, that the Targaryen dynasty was finished even though Aerys still lived and still technically ruled. It was a strange time, a period when the old order was dead but the new order hadn't quite been born, when everyone could see what was coming but the final step still needed to be taken. Rhaegar's death had resolved one question, but had created others that would shape the realm's future in unexpected ways. With the Crown Prince dead, the succession was suddenly uncertain. Aerys was still alive, but had no remaining adult heir, no one who could credibly take the throne if he died or was deposed. Rhaegar's children, Rhaenys and Aegon, were in King's Landing with their mother Elia, but they were small children, not capable of ruling, and their legitimacy would be questionable to a realm in rebellion against their family. The succession crisis that Rhaegar's death created would ultimately be resolved through Robert's claim and through the rebels' victory, but in the immediate aftermath there must have been uncertainty about exactly how the transition would work. And somewhere, hidden away in a location that only Rhaegar had known, Lyanna Stark remained missing. The young woman whose disappearance had helped start the war, and whose fate was still unknown to her family and to Robert. Rhaegar had come to the Trident alone, had left Lyanna wherever she'd been staying, and his death meant that the knowledge of her location died with him unless he'd told someone else. For Ned Stark, the victory at the Trident was marred by the continued absence of his sister, by not knowing whether she was safe or in danger or even still alive. For Robert, the satisfaction of killing Rhaegar was incomplete without recovering Lyanna, without knowing what had happened to her, without being able to either rescue her or at least learn her fate. The army moved south through the Riverlands toward the Crownlands, following the roads that led to King's Landing, and the realm held its breath waiting to see what would happen when the rebels finally reached the capital, when they came face to face with the Mad King and demanded his surrender or his death. The Trident had been the decisive military victory, had broken the loyalist forces and killed their best leader, but the war still needed a conclusion, still needed that final act where power actually changed hands, and where the new king took his throne, and where the old order was formally replaced by something new. The rubies remained in the river, catching the light when the sun shone through the water, scattered across the ford where a prince had died and where a dynasty had begun its final collapse. People would remember the Trident for generations, would tell stories about Robert and his hammer and Rhaegar in his ruby armour, would argue about whether the prince had been a villain or a tragic hero, whether his actions had been driven by prophecy or by selfish desire, or by some combination of both. But whatever Rhaegar's motivations had been, whatever he'd believed or hoped or tried to accomplish, he was dead now, and his death had determined the course of history in ways that his life and his prophecies never quite managed to do. The fall of King's Landing came not through a long siege or a heroic assault, but through betrayal, through the cold calculation of a man who'd been waiting throughout the entire war to see which side would offer him the best terms for his support. Tywin Lannister had kept his forces at Casterly Rock while the rebellion raged, had maintained official neutrality while privately making his assessments about which outcome would best serve House Lannister's interests. The victory at the Trident resolved any remaining doubts he might have had about backing the rebels, made it clear that the Targaryens were finished, and that aligning with Robert Baratheon was the safe choice, the choice that would preserve and potentially enhance his house's position. But Tywin's approach to joining the winning side was characteristically ruthless, designed not just to support the rebels, but to make his support seem essential, to position himself as the force that delivered final victory, rather than as a latecomer joining an already decided conflict. He gathered his forces and marched toward King's Landing, but he didn't announce his intentions to the rebel commanders, didn't coordinate with Robert or Ned or Jon Arryn. Instead, he presented himself at the gates of the capital as a loyal supporter of the crown, as someone coming to defend King Aerys against the rebels, requesting entry to the city so that his forces could help protect the king. The decision about whether to allow Tywin's forces into the city fell to Aerys and his small council, and it revealed just how thoroughly the Mad King's paranoia had consumed his judgment. Tywin had been Aerys's hand for 20 years, had served the crown faithfully and effectively for 2 decades, and their relationship had ended in bitterness and mutual resentment, and Aerys's deliberate insults. Anyone thinking clearly would have questioned whether Tywin could really be trusted, whether a man who'd been so thoroughly alienated from the king would actually risk his house's future to defend that king against overwhelming rebel forces. But Aerys was not thinking clearly, had not been thinking clearly for years, and his counsellors were either too frightened of him to speak honestly, or were themselves too incompetent to recognise the danger. Grand Maester Pycelle, who served on the small council, and who had his own complex relationship with House Lannister, apparently advised the king to open the gates, to welcome Tywin's forces as the salvation that would allow the city to hold out against the rebels. Whether Pycelle was genuinely fooled by Tywin's deception, or whether he was complicit in the betrayal, whether he knew what was coming and chose to facilitate it, is a question that historians have debated for years without reaching a definitive answer. The gates were opened, and Tywin's forces entered King's Landing not as defenders, but as conquerors, immediately turning on the city's garrison and on the populace, beginning a sack that would last for hours, and that would be remembered as one of the darkest moments of the entire war. The Lannister soldiers swept through the streets, killing any defenders who resisted, looting homes and shops, committing the kinds of atrocities that armies throughout history have committed when they're given license to plunder a captured city. The sack of King's Landing was not as prolonged or as destructive as some historical city sacks, but it was brutal enough, traumatic enough, a violation of the city and its people that would not be quickly forgotten. Aerys, realizing too late that he'd been betrayed, that Tywin's forces were attacking rather than defending, made a decision that revealed the depth of his madness and the danger that he represented even in defeat. He commanded his pyromancers to ignite the wildfire caches that had been hidden throughout the city, to burn King's Landing entire, to destroy everything rather than let it fall into rebel hands. The command was given to the alchemists, those men who had spent years producing wildfire at the king's direction, and it was also given to members of the King's Guard who stood their posts even as the city fell around them. The particular King's Guard who received the most direct and repeated commands from Aerys was Sir Jaime Lannister, Tywin's eldest son, the young knight who had been appointed to the White Cloak specifically to wound Tywin by taking his heir. Jaime was perhaps 19 or 20 years old, had spent his entire tenure in the King's Guard, watching Aerys descend into madness, had witnessed cruelties and atrocities that had shaken his faith in the institution he served and in the oaths he'd sworn. And now he was being commanded to facilitate the destruction of an entire city, to stand by while hundreds of thousands of people burned to death, to help his mad king commit the greatest act of mass murder in Westerosi history. The King's Guard oath was absolute, or was supposed to be absolute, required obedience to the king regardless of what he commanded, regardless of whether his orders were just or moral, or even sane. The White Knights had sworn to protect the king and the royal family, to obey the king's commands, to give their lives in his service if necessary. These vows were sacred, were supposed to transcend any personal considerations or moral qualms, were the foundation of an institution that had served the realm for 300 years. Breaking those vows, becoming a kingslayer, was one of the gravest crimes imaginable in Westerosi culture, a violation of sacred trust that would mark a man forever as dishonourable and unworthy of respect. But Jaime, standing in the throne room and listening to Aerys scream commands to burn them all, to burn the city and everyone in it, made a decision that would define the rest of his life and that would earn him a nickname he could never escape and a reputation he could never repair. He drew his sword and he killed the king he was sworn to protect, drove his blade into Aerys's back, and ended the Mad King's life and his reign and his dynasty all in one moment of violence that took perhaps seconds to accomplish, but that would echo through the decades. Aerys died by the Iron Throne, the seat he'd sat for more than 15 years, the seat that had cut him so many times with its edges and points, the seat that some said rejected unworthy kings. He died with Jaime's sword in his back, killed by one of his own Kingsguard, by a knight who should have defended him, but who instead chose to save a city at the cost of his honour and his oath. The Mad King's last words, according to some accounts, were the same command he'd been repeating for hours, the obsessive demand that had consumed his final moments. Burn them all. Burn them all. Burn them all. After killing Aerys, Jaime moved to neutralise the pyromancers, to prevent them from carrying out the king's final command, to stop the wildfire plot before it could be implemented. He killed some of them, those who were actively trying to ignite the caches or who refused to abandon their orders. He found Lord Rossart, the chief pyromancer, and killed him as well, ensuring that the knowledge of where all the wildfire was hidden wouldn't be lost if anyone needed to locate and remove it later. These additional killings were necessary to save the city, were the logical extension of the choice Jaime had already made when he killed Aerys, but they added to the appearance of treachery, made it look like Jaime had gone on a killing spree rather than made a desperate decision to prevent a catastrophe. The wildfire caches remained hidden throughout King's Landing, thousands of pots of the volatile substance placed in cellars and tunnels and crypts, beneath the Great Sept and beneath the Dragon Pit and beneath the Red Keep itself. Aerys's mad plan had been to burn the entire city, to destroy everything in green fire, to deny his enemies their victory by leaving them nothing but ashes and ruins. The plot had been years in the making, had involved the pyromancers producing wildfire in quantities far beyond any military need, had required secrecy and planning, and a kind of methodical madness that was somehow more chilling than spontaneous cruelty. Jaime's decision to kill Aerys saved hundreds of thousands of lives, prevented the destruction of one of the greatest cities in the known world, stopped what would have been the single greatest atrocity in Westerosi history. But he would receive no credit for this, would never be praised as a hero, would instead be condemned as an oathbreaker and a kingslayer, would spend the rest of his life wearing a title that marked him as dishonourable. The reasons for this were complex, rooted in Westerosi culture's deep reverence for oaths and its profound discomfort with the idea that circumstances might sometimes justify breaking those oaths. When Eddard Stark arrived in King's Landing, having ridden hard from the Trident to reach the capital, he entered the throne room to find a scene that would trouble him for years. Jaime was sitting on the Iron Throne itself, not claiming it, but simply sitting there in his gold armour and white cloak, his sword across his knees, surrounded by the bodies of the king and the pyromancers he'd killed. Aerys's corpse was at the base of the throne, sprawled in an undignified position, the blood pooling around him, and the young Kingsguard who had killed him was sitting on the seat of power looking weary and somewhat defiant. The image was terrible in its implications, suggested that Jaime had killed Aerys to seize power for himself or for his father, that the kingslaying had been motivated by ambition, rather than by any desire to save the city. Ned's immediate reaction was disgust and suspicion, a feeling that something deeply wrong had occurred, that sacred oaths had been violated in ways that could not be justified, regardless of what Aerys had done or planned to do. The relationship between Ned and Jaime, which had never been warm, was poisoned in that moment, with Ned seeing in Jaime everything he despised about knights who put pragmatism above honour, while Jaime saw in Ned someone who would judge without understanding, who would condemn without asking questions. Jaime apparently tried to explain what had happened, told Ned about Aerys's plot to burn the city, about the wildfire caches hidden throughout King's Landing, about the choice he'd faced between keeping his oath and saving hundreds of thousands of lives. But Ned either didn't believe him, or didn't think the explanation mattered, didn't think that any circumstance could justify killing the king you'd sworn to protect. The conversation, such as it was, ended with Jaime bitter and defensive, with Ned convinced that he'd witnessed treachery and dishonour, and with the two men permanently estranged despite fighting on the same side. While Jaime was dealing with Aerys in the throne room, other Lannister forces were carrying out orders that Tywin had given before entering the city, orders that would prove even more controversial and damaging than the Kingslaying itself. Sir Gregor Clegane, an enormous and brutal knight in Tywin's service, a man known for his cruelty and his lack of any restraint or mercy, was sent with another knight named Sir Amory Lorch to the royal apartments where Princess Elia Martell and her children were staying. The mission was clear, even if the orders were never written down or acknowledged afterward. Kill the Targaryen heirs, eliminate Rhaegar's children, ensure that no one with a claim to the throne survived to challenge Robert's rule or to become a focus for future loyalist rebellions. What happened in those apartments was butchery, was murder of the most heinous kind, was a crime that would stain House Lannister's reputation forever and that would create a wound in the relationship between the Lannisters and the Martells that would never heal. Princess Rhaenys, Rhaegar's daughter, was perhaps 3 or 4 years old, a small child who had done nothing and who represented no threat to anyone except in the abstract sense that she had Targaryen blood. She was pulled from under her father's bed where she'd been hiding and stabbed to death, killed with brutality that served no purpose beyond cruelty, beyond making a point about the thoroughness with which the Lannisters approached their tasks. Prince Aegon, Rhaegar's son and heir, was still an infant, not yet even a year old, a baby who couldn't walk or talk or understand what was happening. He was killed as well, his head bashed against a wall according to some accounts, murdered with a violence that was shocking even by the standards of medieval warfare, where child-killing, while not common, was not unknown when dynastic succession was at stake. The baby had done nothing, could have done nothing, but he carried Targaryen blood and represented a potential future threat, and Tywin's calculation was apparently that dead children make safer kingdoms than living ones. Princess Elia Martell, who had witnessed her children being murdered, who had tried to protect them and failed, was killed as well, violated and murdered by Gregor Clegane in ways that were too horrific to describe in detail, in ways that made even the Mountain's other crimes seem pale by comparison. Elia had been Rhaegar's wife, had been the mother of his children, had been insulted and abandoned by him for Lyanna Stark, and now she died in terror and agony, the final victim of choices that Rhaegar had made, and of calculations that Tywin had made, and of cruelties that men like Gregor Clegane were all too willing to commit when given license to do so. The bodies of Elia and her children were wrapped in Lannister red cloaks and presented to Robert Baratheon when he arrived in King's Landing, offered as gifts as proof that Tywin had eliminated the Targaryen heirs, as evidence of Lannister commitment to the new regime. The presentation was designed to implicate Robert in the murders, to make him complicit by accepting them, to bind him to House Lannister through shared guilt, even if he hadn't ordered the killings himself. It was a characteristically Tywin move, brutal and effective and completely immoral, serving multiple purposes simultaneously and leaving Robert with no good options for how to respond. Robert's reaction to the murdered children revealed something important about his character, about the gap between his idealized self-image as a warrior king and the reality of what ruling actually required. He accepted the murders pragmatically, recognized that Tywin had done him a service by eliminating potential rival claimants, acknowledged that dead Targaryen children made his own position more secure. Whether he felt any genuine remorse, or whether he was simply being coldly practical, his acceptance of the murders without demanding justice for the victims showed a willingness to compromise his ideals when power and security were at stake. Eddard Stark's reaction was completely different. Was revulsion and fury, was a recognition that something unforgivable had occurred, and that Robert's acceptance of it was itself a kind of betrayal. Ned saw in the murdered children innocents who deserved protection, saw in their deaths a violation of every principle of honour and justice, saw in Robert's pragmatic acceptance a moral failure that he couldn't overlook or forgive. The argument between Ned and Robert over the dead children was apparently fierce and bitter, revealed fundamental differences in how they understood honour and duty and the obligations of power. For Ned, honour meant protecting the innocent even when it was inconvenient, meant refusing to benefit from crimes even when those crimes served your interests, meant holding yourself and your allies to standards that transcended mere pragmatic calculation. He would have preferred to see the children exiled or kept as honoured prisoners, would have accepted almost any solution except murder, and Robert's willingness to accept and benefit from their deaths disgusted him. The friendship between Robert and Ned, which had been one of the foundations of the rebellion, was badly damaged in that moment, with Ned recognizing that Robert was not quite the man he'd thought he was, that power and pragmatism could corrupt even someone fundamentally decent. The dispute was serious enough that Ned apparently left King's Landing in anger, rode away from the capital without resolving his differences with Robert, without being present for the immediate aftermath of the war's conclusion. This departure was unusual for someone who'd been one of the rebellion's key leaders, suggested just how deep Ned's revulsion ran, how much he'd been shaken by what he'd seen. Jon Arryn, the wise old hand who had started the rebellion by refusing to hand over his wards, had to serve as mediator, had to work to preserve the alliance that had won the war, had to find some way to reconcile Ned and Robert, despite their fundamental disagreement. The murders of Elia and her children also created a permanent rift between House Lannister and House Martell, ensured that Dorne would never fully accept Robert's rule, planted seeds of resentment and desire for vengeance that would grow over the years and eventually contribute to future conflicts. Prince Doran Martell, Elia's brother, was forced to bend the knee to Robert, despite knowing exactly what had happened to his sister and her children, despite having no justice and no redress for crimes that everyone knew had occurred, but that no one with power was willing to punish. The humiliation and the grief that Dorne suffered would not be forgotten, would shape Dornish politics for decades, would eventually find expression in plots and alliances that sought to undermine the Baratheon regime and to restore some measure of justice, or at least revenge for Ella's murder. The wildfire that Aerys had planned to use to destroy the city remained hidden in its various caches, known to Jaime and to a few others, but not systematically removed or destroyed. The Grand Maester who served after the war apparently made some effort to locate and neutralize the wildfire, but the locations of all the caches weren't fully known, and the substance was dangerous to move or handle. And the project was probably never completed thoroughly. The wildfire would remain beneath King's Landing for years, for decades, slowly degrading and becoming more unstable, a hidden danger that future generations would have to deal with, or that would eventually cause its own catastrophes. Jaime Lannister became the Kingslayer, a title that overshadowed everything else he would ever do, that defined him in the eyes of everyone who knew his story, that marked him as dishonourable regardless of his actual motives or the lives he'd saved. He remained in the Kingsguard under Robert's rule, continued to serve despite the contempt that many people felt for him, wore his white cloak and bore his title and kept his own counsel about what had really happened in the throne room. The bitterness that Jaime felt about being judged without being understood, about saving a city and being condemned for it, would shape his character and his choices for years to come, would make him cynical about honour and about the gap between appearance and reality. The sack of King's Landing lasted for hours before order was restored, before Tywin's forces stopped looting and began establishing control over the city and its infrastructure. The damage was significant but not catastrophic. The city survived and would recover, but the memory of the sack would linger, would remind people that the transition from Targaryen rule to Baratheon rule had come with violence and suffering, that the new order had been born in blood and treachery as much as in justified rebellion against a mad king. Robert Baratheon entered King's Landing as its conqueror, walked through streets that were still being cleaned of the debris and bodies from the sack, made his way to the Red Keep and to the throne room where Aerys had died and where the Iron Throne waited for its new occupant. The transition from rebel to king was nearly complete, required only the formal coronation and the acceptance of the realm, the oaths of fealty from the great houses and the smaller lords, the establishment of a new government and a new order. But the transition was stained by the murders of children, by Jaime's kingslaying, by Tywin's betrayal of Aerys, by all the moral compromises and ugly necessities that had been required to win the war and claim the throne. The victory was real, the Targaryens were finished, the rebellion had succeeded in its immediate goals of removing Aerys and installing Robert as king. But the costs of that victory, both moral and political, would echo through the decades, would create the conditions for future conflicts, would ensure that the realm Robert had won was never quite as stable or as legitimate as it might have been if the transition had been cleaner, if fewer crimes had been committed in the name of securing power. Wars end not with clean resolutions, but with compromises and consequences, with winners who carry guilt and losers who nurse grievances, with a future shaped by choices made in moments of crisis when there were no good options, and when the best anyone could do was try to minimize the damage while achieving necessary goals. While the realm celebrated Robert's victory and while King's Landing recovered from the sack, and while the great houses bent their knees to the new king, Eddard Stark had one more task to complete, one more journey to make before the war could truly be finished for him. His sister Lyanna was still missing, still somewhere in the realm held by forces unknown, and Ned could not rest, could not accept his new position as Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, could not move forward with his life until he knew what had happened to her. The question of Lyanna's fate had been one of the sparks that started the rebellion, and it needed to be answered before the story could be complete. Rhaegar had died at the Trident without revealing where Lyanna was, and in the chaos of the war's ending, in the rush to secure King's Landing and establish Robert's rule, the search for her had not been a priority for most of the rebel leadership. But Ned had not forgotten, could not forget, and he gathered a small group of trusted companions and set out to find his sister based on whatever information he could gather about where Rhaegar might have hidden her. The search led him south, into Dorne, toward the Red Mountains where the border between Dorne and the Reach ran through harsh and isolated terrain. The Tower of Joy was a small tower in those mountains, remote and difficult to reach, not a castle or a major fortification, but simply a watchtower that had been built generations earlier and that was now used only occasionally, if at all. It was the kind of place where someone could hide if they wanted privacy, if they wanted to be far from the centres of power and the movements of armies, if they wanted isolation that would be hard for anyone to breach. And it was there, at that lonely tower in the mountains of Dorne, that Ned found what he was looking for and what he feared finding in equal measure. The companions who rode with Ned to the Tower of Joy were 6 men, all Northerners, all loyal to House Stark and to Ned personally, all willing to follow him into whatever danger awaited at the end of their journey. Their names have been preserved in the histories because of what happened at the tower, because of the battle they fought there, and because most of them died in that fighting. Lord Willem Dustin, Ethan Glover, who had survived the dungeons of King's Landing after Brandon's arrest, Martin Castle, Theo Wool, Mark Riswell, and Howland Reed from the Crannogmen of the Neck. 7 men total, including Ned, riding toward a tower in the mountains, not knowing exactly what they would find but prepared for trouble. What they found, standing guard outside the tower, were 3 knights of the King's Guard, 3 of the finest warriors in the 7 kingdoms, men who had sworn oaths to protect the royal family, and who were apparently still keeping those oaths even though the king they served was dead, and the dynasty they protected was finished. The 3 were Lord Commander Gerald Hightower, called the White Bull, the leader of the King's Guard, and a legendary fighter despite his advanced age. Sir Arthur Dane, called the Sword of the Morning, perhaps the greatest swordsman of his generation, wielding Dawn, that legendary sword forged from a fallen star. And Sir Oswell Went, another formidable knight, a skilled warrior who had served the Targaryens faithfully for years. The presence of 3 King's Guard at the Tower of Joy was significant in ways that raised more questions than it answered. These were men who should have been protecting their king, should have been in King's Landing defending Aerys, or fighting with Rhaegar at the Trident. Their presence at this remote tower, standing guard over whatever or whoever was inside, suggested that they were there on Rhaegar's orders, that the Crown Prince had assigned them to protect something he considered more important than his own life or his father's throne. The only thing valuable enough to warrant such protection would be Lyanna herself, and perhaps something more, something that would explain why Rhaegar had been so desperate to keep her hidden and guarded. The confrontation between Ned's party and the 3 King's Guard has become the stuff of legend, told and retold in various forms, probably embellished and altered in the telling, but still carrying some essential truth about what happened in those mountains. The conversation before the fighting began has been preserved in multiple accounts. though whether the words are exactly accurate or whether they represent the kind of thing that was said rather than a precise transcript is impossible to know. The Kingsguard apparently expressed their regret that they had not been at the Trident, that they had missed the battle where their prince died, that they had been kept from the fighting by their duty to guard the tower. Ned's response, according to the accounts, was to point out that the war was over, that Rhaegar was dead and Aerys was dead and the Targaryen cause was lost, that there was no point in further fighting, that the Kingsguard could lay down their swords and accept the new reality without shame or dishonour. But the three knights refused, insisted that their duty remained, that they had sworn vows that didn't end just because a war was lost, that they would stand their ground and fight to protect whatever Rhaegar had ordered them to protect. The exchange revealed something about the nature of oaths and duty, about how different people understood those concepts, about the tragedy of good men dying for causes that were already lost. The fight that followed was brutal and one-sided in terms of the outcome, though apparently it was hard-fought and close in the actual combat. 7 men against 3 doesn't sound like a fair fight, suggests overwhelming odds, but when the 3 are among the finest warriors in Westeros, armed and armoured and fighting with the desperation of men who know they're going to die but are determined to fulfill their duty anyway, the numbers advantage matters less than it might otherwise. The battle was fought in the yard in front of the tower, with swords and skill and courage on both sides, with men killing and dying according to their abilities and their luck and the random chances that determine the outcomes of such encounters. The details of the fighting are lost to us, or exist only in Ned's memories and in the fever dream that he has in the first book. That haunting sequence where the past intrudes on the present in fragmented images and sensations. We know that it was fierce, that the clash of steel on steel rang out across the mountains, that men shouted and grunted and cried out as they were wounded. We know that the Kingsguard fought magnificently, that each of them took multiple opponents and held their ground, that they killed and wounded Ned's companions even while being outnumbered and ultimately overwhelmed. Lord Willem Dustin fell to the Kingsguard's swords, as did Martin Castle and Theo Wool and Mark Rooswell and Ethan Glover, who had survived so much only to die at this lonely tower in the mountains. The deaths were quick or slow, merciful or agonizing, the kind of random outcomes that combat produces, and one by one Ned's companions fell until only 2 remained standing. Ned himself survived, wounded but alive, his skill with a sword and perhaps his protagonist's luck carrying him through when better men died around him. And Howland Reed survived as well, the small Crannog man who'd been the occasion for the mystery night at Harrenhal, whose presence at the Tower of Joy was crucial in ways that the histories don't fully explain. There are suggestions, never quite confirmed but persistent in the various tellings, that Howland Reed did something unexpected during the fight, used some technique or trick that the Kingsguard weren't prepared for, that allowed him and Ned to overcome opponents who might otherwise have killed them both. The Crannog men fought differently than other Westerosi warriors, used guerrilla tactics and unconventional weapons, relied on surprise and deception rather than straightforward combat. Whatever Howland did, it was apparently effective enough that he and Ned survived, when 5 of their companions did not. The 3 Kingsguard died as well, all of them, their duty fulfilled in death if not in victory. Lord Commander Gerald Hightower fell, and Sir Oswell went, and finally Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, the knight who had been considered the finest swordsman of his age, whose skill with Dawn had been legendary, and whose death marked the end of an era in some symbolic way. Arthur died well, according to the accounts, fought to the very end with courage and skill, but he died nonetheless, killed by Ned or by Howland or by both of them working together. His legendary sword finally stilled. The sword Dawn. That blade forged from the heart of a fallen star was recovered from where Arthur Dane fell and was eventually returned to his family's seat at Starfall in Dawn. The return of the sword was apparently important to Ned, was something he insisted on doing personally or arranging to have done properly, showing respect to a fallen enemy, honouring the man even though they had fought on opposite sides. The Danes of Starfall would remember this gesture, would name one of their children Eddard in honour of the man who had killed their greatest knight, but who had shown respect and honour in victory. With the Kingsguard dead, and the yard of the Tower of Joy soaked in blood, with 6 of his 7 companions dead, and Howland Reed the only survivor besides himself, Ned entered the tower to find what the 3 knights had died protecting. He climbed the stairs, probably dreading what he would find, probably hoping that Lyanna was alive but fearing that she might not be, that he might be too late, that he might find only another body to add to the day's terrible toll. The tower was small, didn't have many rooms, and Lyanna wasn't hard to locate. She was in a bed, in a room at the top of the tower, and she was dying. The bed was soaked with blood, the kind of blood that comes from childbirth, and Lyanna was weak and fading, her life draining away from complications or from blood loss or from infections that medieval medicine had no way to treat effectively. She had given birth recently, within hours, or perhaps a day at most, and the baby was there with her. A newborn boy who was healthy even though his mother was dying. The scene was heartbreaking in its essentials. A young woman barely out of childhood herself dying in the act of bringing new life into the world, surrounded by death and blood and the aftermath of violence. Ned's reunion with his sister, the sister he'd been searching for since the rebellion began, the sister whose disappearance had helped start the war, was not joyful, but rather suffused with grief and urgency and the need to say important things in the limited time remaining. Lyanna was conscious enough to speak, to recognise her brother, to communicate what she needed to communicate before she died. The exact words of their conversation have never been revealed, were kept secret by Ned for the rest of his life, were shared only with Howland Reed, who witnessed the scene, and who kept Ned's confidence faithfully. But the essence of what Lyanna said, the core of her message, has been passed down in 3 words that have become famous in their own right, that carry enormous weight and significance even though their precise meaning remains mysterious. Promise me, Ned. That was what Lyanna said, repeating it, insisting on it, making her brother swear to her as she lay dying that he would do something, would protect something, would keep some secret or fulfill some obligation. Promise me, Ned. Promise me, Ned. The words came with desperation, and with love, and with a kind of weight that dying requests always carry, the knowledge that this is the last thing she will ever ask of him, that honouring this promise will be how he honours her memory. The promise almost certainly was about the baby, about protecting Lyanna's son from those who would kill him if they knew whose child he was. Because if the baby was Rhaegar's son, if he carried Targaryen blood, then he represented a potential threat to Robert's rule, represented the kind of claim to the throne that Robert had just finished eliminating by accepting the murders of Rhaegar's other children, Robert's hatred of Rhaegar was absolute. His rage at the prince who had taken Lyanna was one of the defining characteristics of his personality, and he would certainly want to kill any child of Rhaegar's, would see such a child as an enemy to be eliminated rather than as an innocent to be protected. But if the baby was Lyanna's child, if he was Ned's nephew, if he was the last living connection to the sister Ned loved, then protecting him became an obligation that transcended any consideration of political convenience or safety. The promise that Lyanna extracted from Ned was essentially a choice between political loyalty to Robert and family loyalty to Lyanna, between what would be safe and what would be right, between the easy path and the honourable one. And Ned, being who he was, chose honour and family, chose to protect his sister's child regardless of the cost to himself, regardless of how much easier his life would be if he simply told Robert the truth and let nature take its course. The decision to protect the baby required a lie, required Ned to claim the child as his own bastard, to accept the shame and the damage to his reputation that came with adultery, to let his wife believe he had betrayed her and fathered a child on another woman. Catelyn, whom he had married for political reasons but whom he was trying to build a genuine relationship with, would believe for the rest of her life that Ned had been unfaithful, had fathered a bastard and brought that bastard home to raise alongside their legitimate children. The lie would poison their marriage in subtle ways, would create a barrier between them that could never quite be overcome, would be a constant reminder that Ned kept secrets and that even his honour had limits. But the lie would also protect the child, would give him a chance to grow up safely in Winterfell, would preserve the last piece of Lyanna that remained in the world. The boy would be named Jon, would be raised as Jon Snow in the northern tradition of giving bastards surnames based on their region, would grow up not knowing his true parentage or understanding why his existence mattered in ways that went beyond his personal life. The secret would be kept, would be maintained through the years, would be protected by Ned's honour and by Howland Reed's loyalty, would be one of the most important secrets in Westeros, even though almost no one knew it existed. Lyanna died there in that tower, in that bed of blood, with blue winter roses nearby, the flowers that connected her to Rhaegar and to the crown he'd given her at Harrenhal, the flowers that had started so much and that now marked the end of her brief life. She was perhaps 16 or 17 years old, had barely lived, had been caught up in events and decisions that she may not have fully understood or consented to, had paid the ultimate price for choices that Rhaegar made, or that they made together, or that circumstances forced upon them both. Her death was tragic in the way that young deaths always are. The loss of potential and future. The end of a life that should have had decades ahead of it. Ned buried his companions in that yard in front of the tower, raised cairns for the 6 men who had ridden south with him and who would never return north, marking their graves with stones in the northern tradition. He also buried the 3 Kingsguard with respect, honoured them as warriors who had kept their vows to the end, recognised that they had been brave men doing their duty, even though that duty had put them in opposition to Ned and his cause. The 8 graves stood as testament to the cost of secrets and loyalties, to the price of keeping oaths, even when those oaths required fighting and dying for lost causes. The return journey to Winterfell was long and difficult, both physically and emotionally, with Ned carrying a newborn baby and carrying the weight of the promise he had made to his dying sister, and carrying the grief of her loss and the losses of his companions. He would need to explain the baby to his new wife, would need to construct a story that was believable enough to satisfy questions without revealing the truth, would need to live with the lie and with the consequences of that lie for the rest of his life. The burden was enormous, was the kind of weight that would shape everything Ned did afterward, that would influence his decisions and his character in ways both obvious and subtle. When Ned arrived back at Winterfell with baby Jon, when he presented the child to Catelyn and claimed him as his bastard son, the damage to their relationship was immediate and lasting. Catelyn had expected to be the only woman in Ned's life, had been trying to build a marriage with a man she barely knew, and now she was confronted with evidence of his infidelity, with a bastard child who would be raised in her home alongside her own legitimate children. The pain and humiliation she felt were real and justified from her perspective, and her coldness toward Jon, her inability to accept or love him, was understandable, even if it was also cruel to an innocent child. Ned refused to discuss the details of Jon's parentage with Catelyn, refused to name the mother or explain the circumstances, maintained a silence that only deepened the wound while also protecting the secret that could not be revealed without endangering Jon's life. This silence was necessary for Jon's safety, but it was also corrosive to the marriage, created a space between Ned and Catelyn that could never quite be bridged, that would always be there as a reminder that Ned had secrets he wouldn't share even with his wife. The irony was that Ned's secret was actually an act of honour, a fulfilment of a promise to his dying sister, but it appeared to be dishonour, appeared to be the worst kind of betrayal that a husband could commit. Jon Snow grew up at Winterfell, raised alongside Ned's legitimate children with Catelyn, loved by Ned in ways that confused everyone because bastards were typically not raised in the Lord's household, not treated as equal to legitimate children, not given the kind of attention and care that Ned lavished on Jon. The other children accepted Jon as their brother, or most of them did, forming bonds that would prove important in their own futures. But Jon always knew he was different, always felt the weight of his bastard status, always wondered about his mother and why his father wouldn't speak of her, always carried a sense of not quite belonging, even in the only home he'd ever known. The secret of Jon's parentage was kept, was maintained through the years as Jon grew from baby to boy to young man, as political circumstances changed and as Robert's rule became established, and as the threats that might have endangered a Targaryen baby became less immediate if never quite gone. Howland Reed, who had witnessed Lyanna's death and Ned's promise, kept the secret faithfully, returned to his swamps in the neck and raised his own children, and never spoke of what had happened at the Tower of Joy beyond what was publicly known. The friendship between Ned and Howland was strengthened by the shared knowledge, by the burden they carried together, by the understanding that they were protecting something important even if the cost was high. The Tower of Joy itself remained standing in the mountains, a lonely monument to what had happened there, to the men who died in its yard and to the woman who died in its chamber, to the secrets that were born there and the promises that were made. People would occasionally visit the site, would find the graves and the ruins, would wonder about the details of what had occurred and why 3 Kingsguard had died so far from the centres of power and what they had been protecting that was worth such a last stand. But the full truth remained hidden, known only to Ned and Howland and eventually to Jon himself when the time came for him to learn about his parentage and his identity. The promise that Ned made to Lyanna shaped the rest of his life in profound ways, influenced his decisions about honour and duty, made him more aware of the gap between appearance and reality, between what people believed about someone and what was actually true. He had killed Arthur Dane and the other Kingsguard, had found his sister dying, had made a promise that required him to lie to everyone he knew for the rest of his life. The experience marked him, made him more serious and more burdened, more aware of how complicated honor could be, how sometimes doing the right thing required actions that looked dishonorable, how the truth wasn't always simple or easily shared. Robert never learned the truth about Jon, never knew that the nephew of his best friend was actually the son of the man he hated most in the world, never understood that the baby who grew up at Winterfell carried the Targaryen blood that Robert had worked so hard to eliminate from the realm. The secret's preservation was testament to Ned's loyalty to his sister and to his ability to keep faith even when doing so was costly. But it was also a kind of betrayal of Robert, a lie told to a friend, a fundamental deception that violated the trust between them. The moral complexity of Ned's situation was characteristic of the choices that people faced throughout the rebellion and its aftermath. The recognition that there were no perfect options, that every choice involved some compromise or cost, that honor sometimes required dishonor, and that protecting the innocent sometimes required deceiving the people you loved. The Tower of Joy and the promise it contained represented the final piece of the rebellion story, the last secret that needed to be kept, the final consequence of Rhaegar and Lyanna's relationship that would echo forward through the years. The war was over, the Targaryens were overthrown, Robert was king, and the realm had a new order. But the past wasn't quite finished, wasn't quite dead, still had power to shape the future through the child who carried both Stark and Targaryen blood, who embodied both the old dynasty and the new, who represented possibilities and dangers that no one fully understood. The wheel kept turning, history kept moving forward, and the secrets kept accumulating, each one a burden and a responsibility, each one a reminder that the consequences of our choices extend far beyond what we can see or control in the moment when we make them. And so we've travelled together through the last days of the Dragon Kings, watched a dynasty that had ruled for 300 years unravel through madness and obsession, and choices that seemed right to those who made them, but that carried consequences no one could have foreseen. We've seen fathers and sons die together, seen princes fall in rivers and kings fall to their own guards, seen secrets born in towers and promises made in blood. It's a story about how fragile power is, how easily the structures we think are permanent can collapse, how love and duty and honor can pull us in different directions until something breaks. The wheel keeps turning in Westeros as it does everywhere. Seasons change and houses rise and fall, but the human struggles remain constant across the generations. People trying to do right by those they love, trying to keep promises even when keeping them is costly, trying to navigate impossible choices where every option carries its own burden. The great and the small, the kings and the bastards, all of them caught in the same web of consequence and choice. So let yourself drift now. Let the weight of these old stories settle gently around you, like snow falling on the godswood. The long night comes for all of us eventually, but tonight there's only peace, only the quiet after the storm, only the comfort of knowing that even the hardest winters end and that spring, however distant, always returns. The rebellion is over, the realm sleeps. And so can you, and now your watch has ended.